Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. Elbow bumps and all that. Welcome, welcome. I feel like they were setting us up there the last 3 songs before we came on. A little subliminal advertising. Nothing but a good time from Poison.
Oh, yeah.
Time of Your Life with Green Day. The Good Life by whoever that was. 3 Days Grace. I'm sensing a theme.
It is Friday.
Unintentional, maybe? I don't know.
And the weekend's about to get started.
Yeah, in a few hours it will be. Sure, for all those people who... Bill's alluding, of course, to the Friday Get Down, which is off of hiatus as of last week. Before that, you know, people were really jammed up because daylight saving time, that threw them off time-wise. That coupled with the fact that nobody knew when the weekend was officially beginning. It was a whole thing.
Yeah, it's not something you want to eyeball. You want an official start to the weekend.
I mean, if you're concerned at all with punctuality.
Yeah.
I know I am. Hey, I'm Alan. Thanks for showing up. Say hi to Bill Squire.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Sorry, I'm burping. Mary Santora is out. Poundcake's back behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people. Happy Friday.
I got a letter from... Who did I get a letter from? I got a letter from... Well, a lady emails me and goes, hey, the last few weeks I've been listening to the show, and I've heard a lot of shockingly familiar stories, and I come to find out that my husband emails you a lot and tells our stories. And you guys were talking about... we talked yesterday about the lady in Massachusetts. Regular lady, 38 years old. She's got a fiancé. Thinks she's passing a kidney stone. Thought she... A couple things at play. The spoiler here is that she didn't know she was pregnant.
Toilet baby.
She thought the toilet baby, the TLDR on it. She thought she had gained 15 pounds in pandemic weight, which I guess anybody could probably fall prey to. You know, coupled with the fact that I guess she was...
not having a regular period.
And that was not unusual for her to not have a regular period. So that whole thing... And then, like, she thought she was having a kidney stone. She had a whole bunch of things going on. Baby didn't occur to her at all. So she goes in, she's doubled over in pain. She sees some bleeding and thinks, oh, it's been 5 months, but I guess I'm getting a period. Anyway, drops a baby into the toilet. And now she's got a son. And this woman who emailed me, so we have 2 kids who are now teenagers, both of whom were birth control babies. And this is what I've talked about before, when people would make fun of me because I still wear condoms. For a long time, my wife was on birth control, and when we were dating, birth control and condoms, right? Because I had friends that were pill babies. And this lady says that their 2 teenagers were both birth control babies. She's like, the first time around, I knew something was up. With my second one, I didn't know anything until I was 4 months along. Didn't know anything was going on. And so she ends up having, you know, an ultrasound or whatever. So at 4 months in, which for a lot of people who are pregnant...
The company.
What company?
The birth control company.
No.
Now they cover
I'm sure there's
themselves,
some, there's some fine print on
because they say
that.
like 99.1% effective or whatever, so that they can go, hey, you're part of the 1% or the 0.09% that gets through.
This is not
what we can do.
This is not the 1% you want to be a part of, by the way. Even condom companies, they're like, they're only 99% effective. Again, those are odds I'll take, 99%. But anyway, she's like, they're teenagers now, and we've pulled all the goalies, and we haven't even had an oops moment. So anyway, she goes, I don't know if there's a lesson in all this, but I feel more like she was getting back at her husband for emailing me their stories, and now she's trying to even the playing field there. I don't know if that's going to do it at all.
Yeah, my husband's got super sperm like Alan does.
That's right. Well, I do,
saying, yes.
And that's why it concerns me sometimes that
Alan Cox, super sperm.
One and done with me. I've, so the 3 times that I've pulled the goalie, I have gotten a child, and so I don't play around with what is clearly a genetic predisposition to hyperfertility. I don't want to mess around with that. My conversations with my wife about we started to have the vasectomy conversation. That's kind of stalled. I haven't really followed up on it too much. I guess I should probably have a larger conversation about that. There's something in the back of my brain that is keeping me from
making that
call,
yeah.
making that appointment. I don't know what it is. Maybe the calls we've gotten from people that are like, oh God,
Maybe once Nora's in her high school years, you'll be like, you know what, I want another baby.
Well, I'll be dead by then, so I probably won't. I'll probably be dead by the time she's in high school.
You won't be dead.
It's only 10 more years, so who knows? But by that time, I don't even know how fertile I would be. I've got 10 years on my wife, so it's like, they always say, what do they say? What do they say? What do they say? The fresher the mayo.
Got to get down on Friday.
Better the sandwich. You do got to get down on Friday. They do say that too. That's not what we say.
Okay.
But for the...
I didn't know what do they say you were looking for. There's a lot of
fresher
what do they
the
say.
mayo.
All right.
Yeah. In the context of
the better
fertility,
the egg salad.
There you go. Or the sandwich or whatever. So, I don't know. Again, things... Young Cody it's not even on his radar. He doesn't even have to concern himself with it. He's got other things he's got to concern himself with, but he doesn't have to concern himself with that. That is the ultimate freedom of the gay man, is not getting anyone pregnant.
Yeah, but
unless you're stepping outside and doing other things, but
You're doing ungay things.
Well, listen, people play around. He wants to get into somebody that's not
yeah, but he's going to do it in a very professional manner.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I
didn't say professional, I said respectful.
Respectful. That's right.
No, but I mean talking about...
Hold on. Talking about what?
When he turns 30 and he goes and loses woman virginity, that's going to be a professional situation.
Yeah, that's tick, 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 by the way. I hope you're lining up some candidates for that.
I'm going to Windsor.
For that express purpose? You're going to knock up a Canadian girl?
I didn't say I was going to knock somebody up. I just want to lose my virginity.
Why in Canada?
Because it's the closest.
It was.
The closest what? Why not stateside?
It's the closest brothel.
Oh, I see what you mean. Oh.
Yeah, I could go to Vegas.
Well, because we've had those conversations, but I also thought we had conversations about you and a friend.
No, I'm not doing it with a friend. That was
Okay.
never part of the conversation.
He's pretty much put it into he's going to do a prostitute.
Okay. So no friends. I feel like that was a part of the initial conversation.
No,
they might become friends by the end of it. I think they will.
Do you think that you'll become... Is there any chance that you'll try to maintain a relationship with that person? That person will hold... Whoever that girl is, she will have a very specific and important... she'll be a very important person in your life.
Sure
are you going to try and play it like you are a straight dude there just to get it in, or are you going to tell her exactly what's going on?
That's what I haven't decided yet.
With all due respect, I think it'll be abundantly obvious what's going on.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I haven't decided yet. I don't know if I'm going to play it cool and just be like...
I think you should be 100% honest and just be like, listen, I'm gay, but I'm 30. This is what I promised myself I was going to do on my 30th birthday, and you're the lucky lady.
Let me ask you this. There are women, unbelievably in the 21st century, there are still white girls in porn who will not have sex with black guys. Do you think that there are women working, sex workers at a brothel
that would not have sex with
that
gay
would
guys?
That would not have sex with a gay guy? It doesn't even matter you're black. Do you think that there would be women? Listen, in my mind, if they're getting paid, they probably don't care what they're doing, as long as it's safe and it's they got people.
You got to have paperwork and stuff when you go in there.
Yeah, you got to have your vaccine card. One more piece of paperwork you got to have.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
I guess you find out.
Didn't even think about that, but I'm sure there are some. They're like, oh, gay men, STDs. That's what they automatically think. And
well, no, everybody can have STDs.
But
I wasn't even.
Gay men are more promiscuous. That's the stereotype.
Well, are you going to fire off a preliminary letter when you zero in on the establishment? Are you going to go, hey, really want to do something big for my 30th? Here's what I'm thinking. I'd like to know who's on board. Or are you just going to go?
Hopefully I bring friends.
Roll the dice and see what happens.
Take a hoedown, pass her around.
A hoedown. He's going to have a hoedown.
Yeah, bring like a group of my friends.
Okay. So you want to set them up for an intimidating situation. I mean, you're gonna have to split up and get different girls.
That's fine. We could either get one big room or we could get like a room that has, a connection in the bathroom or something like that. I don't know.
Why would it be one big room? Why would you and all your friends be in the same room?
Straight up orgy.
You ever seen Playboy's foursome?
Huh?
Like Playboy TV?
Yes.
That's what I imagine it's going to be like. I don't know what to expect.
But it's going to be you. Right. But what I'm saying is, in your mind, it could potentially be you and your friends all having sex with women in the same room.
Yeah.
All your gay friends? Or are you going
Who wants to watch their friends have sex?
Yeah, that's not going to be something that guys are going to be into.
No.
Like,
I mean, I don't know your friends. I don't know what they're into, but
they'd probably be into
gay
that.
or straight. Who wants to be in a room when their friends having sex?
You've never been in a room where your friends were having sex?
Absolutely not.
Really?
No.
You haven't lived.
I mean, I've lived. Trust me, I've lived a lot longer than you.
I mainly
numerically. What I'm saying is that aside from college, if you got a roommate and you're very quietly, laying the pipe to somebody while they're in the top bunk, or that's different.
I think I've only had sex with other people in the room. Quite honestly.
Why?
I don't know.
Maybe that's your thing.
That's his thing.
That's just how it happens.
Well, you got to make that happen, though. It doesn't just naturally happen that multiple people are in a room having sex.
Do limo buses count?
Well, anyway, I hope you get it all figured out.
I'll take that as a yes.
Get it all figured out. And okay, I've got to take a break. If you want to join us on the phone, do that. 216-578-1007. 800-348-1007. You can text 35192. We'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7. Cox Show
on 100.7
WMMS.
Hey, yo, bust my name. You think it's so game? Y'all gon' make me lose my mind. X gon' give it to you. Yeah. Where the hood, where the hood, where the hood at? DMX. Yo, get it twisted. This rap shit is mine. 1, 2, 1, 2. Come through, run through. Gun who? Oh, you don't know what the gun do. I've eaten long enough now. Stop being greedy. Let's keep it real, partner. Give to the top. Let's get it on. Shut 'em down, open up shop. Oh, no. That's how rough riders roll. Yo, I'm slipping, I'm falling. I can't get up. I hate who I love. I was born to die. Wings but can't fly. First things first, I will until I'm stretched in a hearse.
iHeartRadio remembers a legend. Rest in power, X.
It's pretty good, right?
Yeah, it's
one
very
of our other
good.
stations put that together. DMX died.
Magic or the lake?
The Lake put it
Or WTAM.
Yeah.
Probably WTAM.
The Mark Nolan Morning Show put that
Oh, yeah,
together.
that makes
Very
sense.
good. Yep.
He's a rough rider too.
A lot of people picked up the story that DMX had died yesterday. His management was quick to point out that that was premature, but they did confirm that he died this morning, I think. At 50 years old, he had had a heart attack or something. He'd always had his share of problems. He died in White Plains, New York. This morning, he was 50. And again, we talked about it a little earlier in the week when he was in really bad shape. But like after Biggie and Tupac died, it was all pretty much about DMX. He had a wide open lane to himself. And he was always getting in some kind of trouble. So he was walking the walk, and he was living the life. He had a catastrophic, what the doctors described as a catastrophic cardiac arrest last week. And there were varying reports over the past week of how he was doing. He was on a respirator. Somebody, like I said, put out a story yesterday that he had died, but he didn't die until
today.
This morning. Yeah, he had a heart attack in his home. And
which was caused by paying someone to drop off Easter eggs, and they never showed. And he was so upset.
Oh, my God.
I'll tell you what, more and more people getting ensnared in that fake egg scam, too.
Still going?
It's a conspiracy.
I got more on that coming up, yeah.
Oh, wow.
But, so Earl Simmons, that was DMX's real name. And he had a heart attack in his home. He was in a coma. Most of the headlines had the phrase vegetative state in it over the past week, which I thought was a little insulting to New York. But, so DMX, if you liked him, you really liked him. And if you didn't, or he wasn't on your radar, you might want to dig into him a little bit. Because he had a lot of, every once in a while he'd give a little nod to Jesus or something, right? He was clearly a man who was constantly battling his demons.
I mean, I don't know much about him. I know like the hit songs that most people would know, but I never got like deep into DMX.
I was never like a legit hip hop guy, but I heard enough of it that I liked, and I remember that a friend of mine had a DMX's first album. It was called It's Dark and Hell is Hot. And I was like, I love the name. I've got to listen to this. So we're talking, that was probably 25 years ago. And the growling and the barking, and he just had like that broken glass kind of voice that you would die to have if you were doing rap or hip hop. You want that kind of voice. And then Party Up exploded. Chappelle used it as walk-on music for one of his stand-up hours, and you'd hear it at sporting events, and, X Gonna Give It To You. That was in Deadpool, and, that was getting used in movies a lot.
And it had been heard before then, too.
Yes. Yes. But I think that was one of those songs where people, you might have been one of those guys where people knew the songs, they didn't know it was him.
I think X Gonna Give It To You.
Well, he wasn't the only guy out there with X in his name.
Yeah,
I mean,
who,
if you
Exhibit?
if you
talk about a car,
Exhibit gonna give it to you.
A new car gonna give it to you.
Yeah. Y'all gonna make me lose my mind up in heaven. So he sold millions of records, but he also had 15 kids.
Negative net worth of $10 million.
He was the first musician whose first 5 albums hit #1 on the Billboard chart. Ooh. Imagine that. And people will split hairs and go, well, he wasn't a musician. But you know what they mean. It's still no small feat.
He made music.
He's an artist.
He's an artist.
Yeah.
He's a poet. You could probably go with that. I don't know that he was a musician, but you take my point.
Seeing some of the concerts that he's done, like the clips that people like put out and were circulating on social media, like it looked like the entire world was at a concert. It was just like the stage was itty bitty, and then it's just like a sea of people. You would think it was like an inauguration. There was that many people.
Well, I remember. Did you ever see that documentary called Backstage? It was him. It was Jay on the Hard Knock Life tour. So you're talking 20 plus years ago. It was him. It was Jay-Z. It was Redman.
Never saw that.
It was like a road documentary, and
I saw the one that they did about Dr. Dre and Eminem going out together, but not this one.
And then he was in movies. He was in Belly back in the day. He was in Romeo Must Die. He did a Steven Seagal movie called Exit Wounds.
Oh yes,
remember Exit
that one,
Wounds?
yes.
And so he was a guy that a lot of people want to work with. But again, he was always getting pinched for something too. So he got arrested repeatedly for kind of a revolving door of things. He was fighting dogs, and there was like credit card fraud or something,
charges,
weapons and narcotics,
drugs, yep.
and animal cruelty, tax evasion. I think he did a year in prison for tax evasion, because if it can't get you on anything else, they get you on tax evasion. And so he kept putting albums out over the past decade, but he was constantly eclipsed by his problems with the law. And so he turned 50 right before this last Christmas. And so DMX died this morning. But other people died too. Prince Philip died, 99. He was Queen Elizabeth's husband.
That's just lazy.
What is?
He had a couple months till his 100th birthday. He couldn't just even it out.
When would he have been 100?
In August.
But when you're 99, that's a long time to wait.
You're almost in triple digits. You quit. You quitter.
Huh. Well, we have a British Alan who lives overseas on Twitter. Gave us some facts. That Prince Philip was the Queen's husband. He was not the king. His title was Prince Consort. And Prince Charles is next in line to the throne, and then Prince William, and then Prince George, who I think is the little one or whatever. So I was reading about how Prince Philip first met the woman who would become Queen Elizabeth and his wife when she was 13, and he was 18. So pursuant to the conversation we were having yesterday about people, messing around with underage kids, that's just how it went for a long, long time.
But they weren't
in a lot of cultures.
When she was 13, was she?
I wasn't too far after that. I mean, that's when he met her. I don't know. I didn't read chapter and verse, but Prince Philip was 99. So that means Queen Elizabeth is 95. What's the math on that, right? They were married for a long, long time.
I was going to say, you think she had that 1D her entire life?
She's been queen for 68 years.
Oh, my God.
And they have been married the whole time.
She doesn't know anything else. Like, she can't hoe around. Now, Prince Philip, there was rumors that he was like a playboy back in, the 30s and 40s or whatever. But the Queen, she don't have that luxury.
Well, it's always amazing to me when they'll show pictures of them as younger people because they look so much like their offspring. When somebody gets really old and wrinkly, you can't really see the similarities anymore. But when you see those old teenage pictures of Prince Philip, he looks exactly like, Prince Charles and the boys.
Yeah, inbreeding will do that.
They got to keep that blood as blue as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I like when people, some people don't want to wait till the body's cold. So Prince Philip was also known for a lot of public gaffes and a lot of quotes that some people didn't particularly care for. He was talking to a British student in China 30 years ago, and he told him, if you stay here much longer, you'll go home with slitty eyes.
That's how it was back then.
Well,
not really.
An old Brit to some people. Listen, here's the thing. If you are, he wasn't royalty, but he's married to the Queen. You can't be canceled. You can't be fired. You're super rich. you're just kind of a figurehead in the government or whatever. They send him out to do things. It's not like people just go, "Oh, there's Prince Philip again."
I'm so confused by why they even have royalty still.
Well, it's I don't know.
I mean,
Canada is still under the monarchy.
It's the moral authority essentially for.
But they're not very moral people.
That's the whole thing. That's why it's so ironic because our president is supposed to be the moral and the political, authority in our country. They have separate. They have parliament and then they have the prime minister, which is just political. They don't care about him being, a good person or whatever. But the queen, she's supposed to dignify grace and class and, just be the moral authority. And
it's just a figurehead.
That's why
it's just a figurehead. It doesn't mean anything.
It's the royal family, when they get divorced and there's a scandal, that's why it's such a big deal. Because it's look at these
No, it's a big
people.
deal because you care about it. It's not a big deal to me. I didn't even know who this guy was until today.
Really?
I never heard of Prince Philip?
I mean, I knew she had a husband. If you had asked me yesterday what her husband's name was, first of all, I wouldn't have known that he was alive still. Second, I wouldn't have known his name.
You mean you wouldn't have known that in August he turned 100 years old?
I would not have known that.
Interesting. No, listen, it's an ancient...
I don't even know the sons. I know there's Charles. I know Diana. I know there's one that's a pedophile that's hanging out with
Prince
Epstein.
Andrew, allegedly.
And then there's Harvey and William.
Harvey?
No, Harry and William.
Oh, okay, Harry.
Harry's the one married to Meghan Markle.
I was I missed one.
But again, it's they're not the only country that still has a monarch, but it's an ancient. It's like an ancient process that still exists in modern day in some countries. But Prince Philip, he was talking to a driving instructor in Scotland. He said, "How do you keep the natives off the booze long enough to get them through the test?" So he's like an old guy, but you're operating largely just on stereotypes of other people. He was talking to a female officer who was wearing a bulletproof vest. He said, "You look like a suicide bomber." He was talking to a 13-year-old who said he wanted to go into space. Prince Philip said, "You're too fat to be an astronaut." Apparently,
that one's probably true.
Apparently, he doesn't know how science works.
Yeah, but
you can't be too fat to be an astronaut.
Absolutely, you can.
Not when it comes to gravity.
You got to fit into the shuttle. I don't think he's talking about gravity, but I think there's a limited amount of room up there, and they want to be bumping into somebody because they're too fat to get up and around.
Those are just the constructs that NASA, they want fit people to be astronauts.
Mm-hmm.
His body really isn't cold. And why does any of this stuff matter? He was 99. He lived a long life.
It doesn't matter. It made me chuckle. It doesn't matter.
People were perfect their entire life.
When a man opens a car door for his wife, it's either a new car or a new wife.
Mm-hmm.
I open my wife's car door. Are you not supposed to do that anymore? Is that old-timey? Is that chauvinistic?
I do it for Grandma. Because she's old-timey. So, yeah.
So it's old-timey?
Yeah, I'll do it once in a while for my girlfriend, but it's not every single time.
Yeah.
It's
I just grew up seeing how my dad treated my mom, and he treated my mom so... Well, that's just how I grew up watching,
I don't open the car door for my girlfriend.
Not yet, but once you pay her, maybe you
right.
will.
Yeah, there were some people that were complaining, and I might be one of them, that if word gets out that Poundcake wants to lose it to a lady at a brothel in Canada, that they're never going to open the border. And I would like to go back this year, Poundcake.
Well, then I'll go to Vegas. There's other places places that are notorious for debauchery.
No, I know. What I'm saying is, why didn't you default to Carson City instead of because it was closer? Did you drive to Windsor?
Well, because originally I said Carson City, Vegas, whatever. I said the Cat House, and I only know Cat House was because my young ass was watching HBO at 3 a.m, and that's what it was. I was like, this is a real brothel? And so, yeah, I wanted Air Force Amy to lose my virginity.
That's the only one I remember from that show. There was another one, a younger brunette who was real cute, too. But I remember Air Force Amy, probably because of the name. That was the Dennis Hoff joint, right?
Yes.
I believe so. Yeah, that's where Lamar Odom almost died.
Yeah, Prince Philip was Greek.
I think it was Jarhead Jenny.
Jarhead Jenny. Prince Philip was Greek royalty, people are telling me.
Yeah, he was.
Okay.
And he married into the
So he could have been king of Greece this whole time?
No. I think his family was Nazi sympathizers, and their kingdom fell or something like that. Like they were disgraced. So he was from a royal line, but I don't think the line is still
Back in the day, everybody in power in most European countries and beyond had somebody who was a Nazi sympathizer.
Yeah,
they're like, hey, we all just want the same thing. Let's
the empire crumbled, I believe.
Let's join forces. So Prince Philip died, DMX died, Annie Beats died. If you're a comedy nerd, Annie Beats was on the very first writing staff at Saturday Night Live. And she was 74 years old. She died at her home in West Hollywood. They don't know the cause of death. But I think she was the one female on the first writing team at SNL.
I just saw her. I think it was on that documentary, Hysterical. Someone talking about her.
I think she was in that.
I think she was in that. And, yeah, that's a bummer.
So she was there with Dan Aykroyd and Chevy Chase. And Rosie Schuster was another longtime writer, too. I don't know if they were on the same team. But she also created a show that I liked when I was a kid, and it was only on for like a half a season, called Square Pegs. I don't know if anybody remembers Square Pegs, but it was the first time I ever saw...
Square pegs, round pants. Is that it?
Kind of, yes. Very similar. It was the first time I saw Sarah Jessica Parker. So when she started popping up in things, I go, oh, it's a girl from Square Pegs. It was basically... I don't know why I liked it, because it was about these two teenage female nerds in high school that were trying to kind of navigate that whole thing. I was a guy nerd. Maybe I saw something and whatever. But I think it only ran for maybe a full season. But I thought it was very funny and clever, and Annie Beats wrote that. So, a lot of celebrities dying. There's a guy who died in Australia who was a very well-known director. He was a director for The Wiggles. If you have kids, you might remember that show, The Wiggles, where they all had different colored shirts. This guy died in kind of a gruesome accident.
Man, kids are stupid.
Kids are stupid?
Yeah.
How so?
I like these... guys, because they all have different colored shirts.
Yeah, well, it's easy to tell them apart.
Yeah. But is it?
Huh?
The only thing that you can tell apart is the colors. You couldn't pick out the Wiggles from a lineup.
Well, no, but if you're watching the show and you're a kid, you know who's who based on the color of their shirt. They're like, oh, I like that guy.
And what they should do is switch shirts to teach those kids a lesson. Be like, people don't just wear the same clothes all the time. What's wrong with you?
Tell that to the Garanimals people. But one of the guys in the Wiggles was an Aboriginal. So that spoke to some kids who were in that community. But
he should have been able to change his clothes and not just wear the same outfit every single time.
Sure.
I wonder how the Wiggles never had any scandal. Like they're not.
I don't know that they didn't. I don't know the exhaustive history of the Wiggles.
I never see them in paparazzi photos hitting a blunt or doing a line.
Well, they're all older men now. I don't know if.
But they were older men. They were in their 20s or 30s.
I think there are stories about them because they made a ton of money and they would party and stuff like that, but it was really easy because when they're not in their selected color, you didn't recognize them. But so they could get away with a lot.
I'm sure they would hook up with all the kids' moms when they would come to the show.
Singing the songs while they're doing them. Fruit salad, yummy, yummy.
I don't think they were because the moms are going there with their kids.
Right. So you're not separating the mom from the kid.
Yeah, you can't separate the mom from the kids.
No, but they drop the kids off and then they're like,
with who?
I'm at this...
Come back to my hotel?
There's a bunch of bad moms out there. What you mean, with who?
But I also feel like...
the bad moms aren't taking their kids to the Wiggles.
But also, there's going to be nothing sexually attractive to you about a guy singing kid songs in a blue shirt.
His name is The Wiggle.
But again, if you're at that show with your kids, you don't want to be there. You're doing it for your kid. There's no parent that wants to go to those shows. You take your kid goes crazy, they have fun. You've heard those songs 100 times.
Yeah,
so
you want to kill yourself.
Your brain is already numb. But this Australian TV director, who is very highly regarded, he died in a freak hedge trimmer accident.
What?
This guy goes to the store in the morning to buy a hedge trimmer so he can work in the garden, a cordless hedge trimmer. He bought it in the morning. He takes it home. He's 52. He's working in the garden, and he slips. And he severely cuts his arm. And then he falls 10 feet off of his ladder. And they can't stop the bleeding.
Oh, no.
So his wife is trying to throw towels on it or whatever. He has cardiac arrest. They put him in the ambulance, and he dies on the way to the hospital. So within the span of the morning when he buys the hedge trimmer, midday when he's cutting the hedge, and by late afternoon he's dead.
Do you want to get the warranty on this? Yeah, I'll get the warranty because I'm going to have this for years. I don't want to buy a bunch of hedge trimmers.
No.
And then, oops. Ugh.
Yeah, so he was
Wow.
a very well-known director in Australia.
How
but
high were his hedges?
It doesn't say.
Well, they must have been. I mean, if he's up on a
He's
ladder.
on a 10-foot ladder.
If you're on a 10-foot ladder trimming the hedges, you bring in a professional to trim those hedges. That's not your job
That's what I
anymore.
say. But for some people, if you got those privacy hedges, some people are very particular about their hedge.
Right, but that's why I'm saying, if you're that particular about your hedge, get a professional to do the job the correct way.
I'm sure his wife wishes he had.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a sad story.
It's crazy. Oh, that's. I was going to play a little clip. The BBC interrupted all their programming to announce the death of Prince Philip, but who cares? Okay, I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch there, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
We just helped you double your stimulus. Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
You know what occurred to me in the break?
What's that?
I wonder if there's any connection. You know, Prince Philip, Poundcake pointed out, would have been 100 this August, which means that he was the age that DMX was when he died, when DMX was born. Are you following me? DMX just died at 50.
What's
Prince
the
Philip would have been, huh?
But what's the significance of that?
Well, Bill, if I have to tell you, I mean, you can figure it out.
I can, but
Prince,
I don't know who
you
else.
Want me to give it away?
I want you to, spell it out.
I'm just wondering if there's any possible connection. Is it a coincidence that the two of them died? I mean, really, what are the odds that a 99-year-old man is going to die on the same day as a 50-year-old guy who lived really, really hard? What are the odds?
I'd say it happens not every day, but twice a year.
I mean, you'd certainly think so. Thanks to CLE Clothing, by the way, they dropped off some of the new Buzzard baseball tees, which are available to you as well. If you go to WMMS.com, you can hit the Buzzard merch tab there. Make sure this month that you're using the April promo code, too, because you'll save some money. Use Grand Slam when you check out, and you'll get 20% off. So the brand new Cleveland Rocks baseball Buzzard tee. Instead of a bat, it's a guitar. Oh. See what we did?
I like it.
So it's pretty sweet. So thanks to them. And if you want to get yours, because anytime we drop some new Buzzard merch, they always go quickly. In fact, as I'm looking at it right now, the 3XLs are sold out because we know our audience.
Fans.
Right. So the brand new Cleveland Rocks baseball Buzzard tee available for you. ClevelandClothing.com if you want to shop online. If you go into one of the stores, you can use Grand Slam when you check out, and you'll get 20% off. Indians start up the second weekend in a row against the Tigers. Played them at Comerica Park last weekend, and the first of three here at home is tonight, 7:10 is your first pitch, and that will also mark the return of one Akil Baddoo, who is so far having a fantastic season. No player in modern MLB history has hit a grand slam, another home run, and a walk-off hit within his first three MLB games.
That's really incredible.
That's what Akil Baddoo is doing.
And was there anything else significant about him?
Well, his siblings. I mean, again, I told this story, but his siblings are pretty... He came from a wrestling family. And I think Georgia or somewhere like that.
So did he have like a famous wrestling father?
No.
Okay.
No.
So what do you mean a wrestling family?
Well, I mean, his brother wrestled. His other brother wrestled. You know what I mean? They were all... There was Akil, there was his brother Amir, and then his brother Yabada.
I thought it was his sister.
And his sister Yabada. I don't know if she wrestled.
I thought it was Yabadab.
Huh? No, Yabada.
Oh, because the last name's Baddoo.
Yeah. It's Akil Baddoo, Amir Baddoo, and Yabada Baddoo. But who would have thought that he would be the one getting all the attention? Just based on name alone, you'd think Amir would be the one getting all the attention.
Oh, is that who the attention should be going to?
I assume.
Yeah.
That's what I assume.
So when did he make the move from wrestling to baseball?
Well, his team said he kept bringing a bat to wrestling practice, and we didn't care for that so much. And we asked him what was going on, and he said, well, I find myself confused. I find myself at a crossroads, and I think that I might be more interested in playing a sport that doesn't require me to wear a singlet. So they said, well, maybe... you don't have to you wear a batting helmet, but you don't have to wear headgear. You don't have to worry about cauliflower ears in baseball. And you don't have to wear a singlet.
They're so sexy, though.
As somebody who wore them for many years, they are not.
I mean, it's not sexy to you while you're wearing them, but
Nor is it sexy when a sweaty guy is grappling with you because you're trying to not get pinned.
Well, yeah, you're not looking at the other guy in his singlet, but like from people looking on, like you can't hide anything. Like you know who's packing and who's not.
Well, you have a cup on, so you can't tell anything about anybody.
You wear a cup during wrestling?
Yes. What if you get a knee in the balls?
I did not know you would wear a cup during wrestling.
Maybe not everybody does, but I did. A lot of guys I wrestled with did.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that, but still, you need a certain size cup.
There's a lot of grappling, and you're getting thrown down, and you get a fireman's carry or whatever. I mean, you don't want to get. There's every opportunity to get a wayward hand or a knee in the nuts.
Oh, well, that's good, but still, it's tight.
It's a pretty good idea to wear a cup in most sports.
Yeah.
Because you could take a baseball to the crotch. You could take a football to the balls.
A knee.
You could take a hockey
elbow,
puck.
A fist.
To the giblets. Yeah. Anything. Yeah. Cups are a good idea.
And you need that support, too. You don't want to be jangling around down there.
No, you don't want that. You're wearing briefs, and you're wearing a cup.
I did not know that you wear a cup. It just seems like it would be...
But wouldn't you want to... I mean, even if you didn't think about it, you'd want to protect that part of your body.
Yes, I would want to protect that, but I didn't think there was any room for that. Like, I didn't think there was any room in the singlet. It's so freaking tight. Like, you can see a vein in a singlet.
Well, but it's... Were you a mat maiden in high school? Were you the one that... Were you up in the bleachers and were you cheering?
Nope, never even... I did... Is it biddy wrestling?
I don't know what that is.
It's like...
Pee-wee wrestling?
But they call it biddy wrestling.
Biddy wrestling.
And I did that in middle school. And I was actually pretty good, but, my condition did not allow me to continue.
But you were... Which was what? Your condition?
His condition is there's a reason he was very
you were
good.
getting boners?
Yeah.
I wasn't getting boners.
But that's why the athletic supporter is so good. That the cup helps with that too. You're just bumping up against it. But you're not showing anything.
Yeah, now that I think about it.
So you wore in biddy wrestling, did you wear a singlet? Or you just
I'm pretty sure I did, but we did not. That's why I'm saying I don't think we wore a cup. We wore a singlet, but I did, and this was like...
We got middle school, you just got like a little cashew down there.
It was like 6th grade or 7th grade. I think it was 7th grade because in 6th grade, you had to make sure you had the grades to participate. So I want to say it was like 7th grade, but I didn't stick with it. And there was only like 4 people on our team anyway, so I was like, this is stupid.
There were 4 people on your wrestling team?
Biddy wrestling, yeah. It was...
Yeah, that's not many people. How did you spar? How did you scrimmage, or how did you practice?
It was me and
just 2 on 2.
It was me and 4 other guys. And yeah,
just like when last segment where he's like, "Yeah, I have sex in the same room as all my friends."
I didn't think that was uncommon. I know a lot of people that do it in the same room.
I'm
as their
sure
friends.
that you do. I'm just saying.
I thought that was common.
Why would you think it was common just because you knew people who liked that?
Well, you're married.
You think it's huh?
You're married, but like
I've been single longer than I've been married.
But you're also weird. I thought most people.
I'm weird. How am I weird?
Because people like when you
think it's more
hang
normal
out with your friends. You come home from the bar. Like sometimes you bang in the same room. Sometimes that's the only surface you have other than the floor. And even still, if you walk out,
is your house one giant room that there are no other rooms?
No,
people go to their bedrooms to have sex with people.
Yes, but there are sometimes they're in the room having sex, and then sometimes you're the one sleeping on the floor with another person, and you have 2 other friends that are sleeping on the floor with another person, and that's where you guys are. So you guys.
Why is how I go out? I go home to my place, and if I was never.
Am I the weird one here?
No, because I'm not. I'm not like that either. Like I would if I go out with people, I go home to my place. I think this is more like college type behavior, maybe.
Right, but why wouldn't everybody go to their own room?
I don't know.
Like I said, if you're on your top bunk with somebody and your roommate's in the bottom bunk, like that I get. Everybody's just kind of doing their own thing. But you're talking about a room with a bunch of people in it all having sex, and that's what confuses me. And to you, that's normal. And again, maybe it was. Maybe that was your. But why was that? Why was everybody in the same room?
That we were just drunk and we were all just laying there. Like not everyone had room in their room.
So everybody's hammered and they go, let's just all start having sex right now with our respective person.
We would have a blanket.
Not sleep, huh?
Yeah,
under a blanket.
Under a blanket, or someone. Yeah, someone has a sofa, someone has the floor. Someone's in a sleeping bag.
Okay, what I'm saying though is like if everybody comes home after a drunken night and they're just doing whatever. I can see that scenario. That doesn't make it the usual normal scenario.
Well, that in my clubbing days, that was
Right. Again, then you got to take it back to that. Like
someone has the air mattress.
How often do you do that in the past 5 years?
Well, in the past 5 years, it was fairly often, but not in the last 3. Yeah, because I told you I partied. We would we would walk to the clubs.
But you would come home to a place with multiple rooms.
To your ghetto adjacent apartment that was over there.
I had
near
my room.
Twist.
Yes, I had my room, and I might bring a gay friend home, and he was with his boyfriend. Okay, there was one time in particular.
So it was once.
No. I said one time in particular that I can remember. I brought home a couple. And I don't remember if I told this story on the show, but I brought home a couple, and the one guy fell asleep when we were messing around. And
yeah, you've mentioned
this is the guy that puts it down too. This is the guy that and the guy fell asleep with him.
That may be a different time, but this
is what you were bragging yesterday. Like,
you always say
I got a boyfriend.
Put it down.
I put it down.
Yeah.
But you're with the guy and he fell asleep.
I got to tell you, Bill, I've never had anyone fall asleep on me.
Oh, I have, but I know what I do.
But what happened was they were a couple and they played. So the one guy was really into me. The other one was just like, we play together.
He was going along for the ride.
And so we started messing around, but then he was like, I'm just going to go sleep. And I was like, that's cool. But he was drunk and he woke up confused and he went to the bathroom and he walked back into the wrong room.
Again, you're describing situations where people are hammered drunk, in which case, yes, people will start having sex in a room because they're blotto out of their brain. They don't care. That is not like the normal thing, though, is what I'm saying. I thought you were describing something where, yeah, everybody goes out and has a dinner.
Yeah. And then afterwards, they all go
they all go into the same room and have sex.
Room.
Right. Because you said that was your thing. So scenario...
it's not abnormal.
I'm sorry?
It wouldn't be abnormal if I walked out and I saw friends banging on a couch.
Right, it wouldn't be weird to you.
No. Right. I'd be like, okay, get her done.
But the scenario you described was that... You wanted to voluntarily replicate that at the cat house.
Yes, because it would be fun. And
that's where
my friends have seen me naked.
That's where we part company. I don't know where the fun is of being in a room with friends having sex with other people.
Okay, well, maybe it's just me.
Because you're not looking at them.
I know why though. He wants there to be other guys in the room, so he's got something to take his focus in case it's just him and a lady.
That's part of it, yep.
What if are you concerned at all that you won't be able to get it to work if you're with your lady on your 30th birthday?
You know, am I concerned? No, because I can get it started myself, and a hand is a hand and a mouth is a mouth. So, no, I'm not concerned that it's not going to work. I'm just concerned.
I'm not talking about the hand or the mouth.
Well, even
talking about the holiest of holies. I mean,
yes.
When she's like, okay, I'm ready, and you go, all right.
Yes, but I know, like...
It's so gross.
I mean, she doesn't care one way or the other. Kind of warm. She's getting paid one way or the other, so she will not care.
Yeah, no, I don't
But you're going to want to get your money's worth.
Yeah, absolutely.
For your 30th birthday.
I'm like, all right, strap me up, put the ball gag in my mouth. Like, I want the works.
That's the works to him. Yeah. Hey, what? No ball gag?
No ball
She's
gag.
like, we don't just have him hanging on the wall. You got to request the ball gag. When you fill out your online form, you have to check the box next to ball gag.
Don't you kink shame me.
Nobody's shaming anybody.
We're preparation shaming you.
Right. If you're going to drop coin on a 30th birthday experience...
I still got time.
You want to make sure... I understand. I'm just saying, you've got plenty of time to plan this out so that it goes off without a hitch. So that you go off without a hitch. Yeah. Poundcake won't poop in the same room as someone else, but he will have sex with multiple people in the room. Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, okay. Whatever. That's different.
Well, one stuff coming out and one stuff going in. That's how he likes to figure it out. I mentioned before that more people are getting ensnared in that Easter egg scam. We had the woman call the show the other day. I think her name was Amanda. And she said that it was her company, that somebody had taken some of her regular customers and pretended to be with her company. And that's the person who scammed all these people. This came to my attention when my wife showed me that there were some people out where we live on Facebook that were complaining they had paid some company to hide Easter eggs for their kids. And when they wake up Easter morning is nothing. And then they find out that this also happened in Strongsville and Westlake and Parma. We had a couple of people call us and say, yeah, we pay. And so then the lady calls us, and I thought it was the scammer calling us, which would have been an amazing get.
That would have been great.
But it was the woman who goes, no, it's my company. And this other woman basically blocked us or something from
blocked
talking
all
to
the different members of the Facebook page so that she could go on there and pilfer the clients.
Contacted all her waiting list people.
Yeah, and then start
right. That's what it was.
Their money.
The waiting list people, right. And then took their money and didn't give them the
Easter
service.
Eggs, yeah.
Easter eggs. And so the latest people to get ensnared in this are volunteer students at Valley Forge High School in Parma who gave of their time. These were students that were doing service hours for NHS. If you're a National Honor Society, you have to do service hours. And for some kids, I remember when my son was like getting his hours at like a local convalescent home, right? He's volunteering to help the infirmed or whatever. And my daughter was doing something for the park service, right? Whatever. So these Valley Forge High School students got interested in doing the service hours with this lady that was going to do the eggs. So they were stuffing Easter eggs or they were assisting in the display or whatever. But when this woman didn't do what she told people she was going to do, the students ended up getting, because they were just involved and you have people angrily venting on social media, people started saying that the teens were part of the scam. And so these poor kids are like, look, man, I'm just trying to get into college, all right? I'm just trying to do these dopey hours for this dumb National Honor Society.
Which is a scam all in of itself, but that's a different story.
How is that a scam?
I don't know.
It's just like if you're an honors student or whatever, you go, it's just something you put on your college application. I'm a member of NHS, right? It just looks good. And so the Parma School District had to put out a statement saying that these students were unsuspecting participants. So imagine the people who go, I bet these kids were part of it. Boy, kids can't get a break, can they?
Never do anything nice.
These kids were part of it. Like this woman somehow had marshaled an army of teenagers to help her with a scam.
And now they're going to look at their, what do you call it when you're trying to go to college? Transcript. They're going to be like, oh, look at this transcript. National Honor Society. Oh, you're one of those egg scammers. You're not getting in our school. We had enough problems because of the Aunt Becky lady.
That's right. I was looking through your photo albumin, and I noticed that, boy, there were some inconsistencies with your story here. Please, sir, I can assure you I had no idea that this egg situation was going on and that we were going to get ensconced in it. But obviously the students got caught up in something through no fault of their own, said someone associated with the Parma City School superintendent, said that the students were just trying to get their NHS hours.
And this picture, she's just on the run?
I don't know where she is.
Dude, she took the money. She knew what was coming. She was out Easter
Probably
Day.
not using her real name or anything either.
Wow.
No, but also I don't know that this woman, I don't think she took the money and ran. I don't know.
Why don't you think that?
Well, because the initial story was that people who were complaining to her. Well, here's why I think that. Because the initial thing that my wife showed me was the woman's apology on Facebook, saying, I'm so sorry, blah, blah, blah. A lot of people put orders. So she was, I guess, blocking people that were mad at her. But I'm not keeping my eye on every part of this story. She might have refunded people their money. I don't know.
Well,
they're not even sure that she was like...
Because they weren't sending the money to her. They're sending it to the lady that was scamming. So the lady that's... Like, she fulfilled the orders that she actually could, but then there's all these other people that thought they paid money to her, but they were paying it to the scammer lady. And that lady's just going to disappear into the wind.
Well, but I thought the scammer lady was the one who had posted the apology.
No, I don't. Why would she?
That was my question.
Yeah, she just probably.
So the lady who called us was the one who put. Again,
Yeah.
I didn't pay attention to the name when I was looking at it on Facebook.
Yeah, I imagine the lady that has done this for years is trying to
save her name,
and make everything right the best that she can. But the lady that was scamming, because she doesn't even know who it is, because she had them all blocked.
But how did people pay her then?
The Venmo and stuff like that.
Well, can't they trace the Venmo? They're doing that with Matt Gates.
I'm sure they can, but if it's a scammer lady.
Yeah.
A scammer lady.
Scammer lady. Look at it.
If it's a scammer, I'm sure they have a Venmo setup that they can use just to get the money and then delete it or block them or whatever. Because you can block people on Venmo just like anything else. So once you get the money, and like someone told us that they got scammed by this, and then they requested the money back through PayPal.
Yeah.
So they got their money back through PayPal. So I think, that's probably your best bet if you got scammed is go to whatever it was, PayPal or Venmo, and cancel that payment.
Scammer lady, lovely lady, give me back my money. Scammer lady,
who is
green-eyed lady.
Poundcake, you know the song, the band?
Oh, he doesn't. Most people don't know that band. Do you know the band?
No, I didn't even know this was a real song.
You don't know Sugarloaf, Green-Eyed Lady?
No.
Green-eyed lady, lovely lady, scammer lady. All right, it's a deep dive. What do you want from me?
It has the word scammer lady in it?
No, I made it scammer lady.
I don't know.
Egg hunt lady, ocean lady. All right. I got to take a break. You want to get a text in 35192. You can watch if you like, AlanCoxShow.com. And we'll be back after these.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7.
216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. If you want to join us live, 35192 to send a text. And you can call anytime, the Alan Cox Show After Hours line. If you just want to leave a message, you can do that. It is 216-986-8903.
Alan, it's Dustin from Georgia. I'm sitting in Chicago right now, getting a load of...
At this point, we probably know. I appreciate he tells us it's Dustin from Georgia.
Dustin from Georgia, Chicago edition. This is exciting.
Yeah, right.
tallow, which is basically just fat, I guess. Anyways,
gross.
I wanted to ask Bill,
He's picking up a load of tallow. Is that what he said? That's gross. All right. I hope they don't just pour it into the back of the truck.
What is tallow?
It's like beef fat.
Ugh.
And they sell it at room temperature. I mean, Chicago is hog butcher to the world, but it's for candles and soap and things like that. But it's, Jesus, I guess someone's got to pick it up. I've never heard of anybody picking it up.
Is basically just fat, I guess. Anyways, I wanted to ask Bill a question because it seems that he cannot check his Twitter. So I wanted to ask Bill where I could find...
He's so passive-aggressive. He's mad at you for not checking your Twitter. Was he blowing you up on...
I don't know. I don't see any things from him, so I don't know.
Ask Bill where I could find some Nike Air Max 270s. I don't want just the normal black or white or red. I want something a little unique, but not no $300. Just trying to find a pair, man. That's all I wanted to ask Bill. You know, maybe he can find 2 minutes to answer. Either way, it's Friday. Hope y'all have a great weekend. And I'll catch you on Monday.
I may have muted him.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How come?
Because I don't like Dustin.
Really?
He comes at me all the time with stuff.
What's the matter with that? He's just having fun, right?
I don't know, because I
you have him muted. You don't know.
I don't know, but I feel like he's said things in the past that I don't like, so I just muted him. And,
now, does that mean that you're not interested in helping him find those Nike Air Max 270s?
I am absolutely going to help him with that.
Okay.
I would check. I mean, the thing is, sneakers are getting snatched up like crazy right now. Because
why is that?
Because the resale markets are pretty hot. So, you know, it started with Jordans, and then people were like, all right, well, Jordans are all selling out as soon as they re-release them or do like the retros or whatever. So all those get snatched up pretty quickly. And then Air Max are another like collectible version. But the 270s, I think you should be able to find on either just like the Nike website or Foot Locker.
I was going to say, you could probably go to like Dick's and get Nike Air Max 270s.
270s. But the thing is, they do releases all the time of those ones. So Air Max 270.
So he's looking for a specific pair.
But he wants like a cool color on it. So
a cool color, not white. He doesn't want white?
No, he doesn't want white. He wants something a little unique.
I love how blunt you were. You said, because I don't like Dustin.
But I like
you don't have to like him.
And he also, there was a time when he was coming at me all the time, and like, because I made fun of country music and I don't believe in God and stuff like that. So he just, you know, his Southern heritage gets all worked up when you say things
those are
like
two
that,
strikes against you. No country music, no God.
Right.
They're inextricably linked.
Yes. So I would say Foot Locker's got actually a lot of pretty decent ones right now. So I'd look on Foot Locker.
The reason the shoes are so expensive, it says, because the shoes have been designed to be 100% waterproof.
Those?
That's what it says.
The 270s?
Yeah.
Okay. But they're like 150. That's not that bad. Like a new pair of Air Max 270s is 150 bucks.
That's what I'm looking at. 150 at Foot Locker.
Yep.
Or at Dick's.
Foot Locker or Champs or any of those.
All right. So. Well, fortunately, Chicago has both.
Yeah.
The Foot Locker and Dick's Sporting Goods.
If you're looking for a specific colorway, you'll have to tell me which one, and I'll find it for you, and I'll try and unmute you and send you a link.
I will try and unmute you.
Because I never remember where that is on Twitter. Also, I don't know. I don't like social media.
I haven't tweeted in a minute.
Boy, I don't put on Instagram very often. I mean, usually when I find something, and I know we're supposed to post a lot, but when I find something more often than not now, it'll just go on my story. Mm-hmm. It's been a while, boy, since I've posted something on.
I keep my story just to mostly promote my podcast. Like that's pretty much all I do.
You have a podcast?
I do. It's called The Bill Squire Show.
Oh.
And boy, did I ruffle some feathers this week.
What happened? Those drop on Friday now.
On Friday, yes. So my co-host AJ, he's a very funny guy, comedian. He's written for the New Yorker. Very funny dude. We were talking about things that we would change or get rid of, and he wants to get rid of camping. And I was like, I'm on board with that. Let's get rid of camping. Like sleeping in a tent camping can go. And
a lot of people don't like camping.
Right. And there's a lot of people that love camping. Oh. And so, it's been like a fun back and forth with people where they're like, there's something wrong with you because you don't like camping. I'm like, yeah, I know there's something wrong with me because I don't like camping because I was traumatized by having to go camping.
Right.
Like I never had fun camping. Like people will talk about like, oh, I love camping so much. Well, I was forced to go camping because of Boy Scouts and I didn't want to go. So I was like, had other things that I wanted to do and then be like, oh, no, that weekend you can't go because you got to go camping. You got to go to Boy Scouts. And then I go out to the woods and sneeze like crazy and it was miserable. And sleeping in a tent is awful.
Anything you're forced to do is no fun.
And that like most of my life as like a child was me being forced to do stuff. Go to church, go to school. I would have loved to just ridden the rails. I would have been great in that situation. Hobo child? Yeah.
Hobo child.
Joe. And I married a woman who loves to camp, and I am what you would call indoorsy. I'm surprised we can still get people to camp. Hey, want to burn a couple of vacation days sleeping on the ground outside? No. What if I told you to get the crap standing up in the woods? I still wouldn't want to go. You'll wake up freezing covered in a rash. All right, I'll go.
That's what it is. I was never into camping until I met my wife. She's pretty outdoorsy. And so I was like, and I'm game for anything once. And I was like, yeah.
Anything?
Yeah, anything. I mean, within reason, Poundcake. I mean, I'm not going to have sex in a room full of other people. But
that's the reason why I like camping
Actually, I don't
so
even
much.
care about that, quite frankly. What?
That's why I like camping so much. Last time I went camping, we went in college, and we got a big tent, and what you think was going on in the sleeping bags and out in the woods, that's like how all the scary movies start. But we didn't die, though.
But how many... Wait, back up. So you went camping in a big tent. How many people in the tent?
There was 8 of us.
Why does it have to be everybody in the same room as you?
But it was just... there was
whether it's camping or his house.
It was a 2-room tent.
Okay. This is like a big tent.
It was a big tent.
Big tent, okay.
So there's a zipper down the middle.
Yep.
And so there was 8 of us. So there's 4 people on each side. But a lot of the times if they wanted a moment to themselves, they would kind of like find an area behind the bushes or in the woods.
Okay. But you had fun. You liked camping.
Yeah, I didn't have a couple. Like it was me single, and then my other friend was single, and we just kind of laid there and listened to people. or we would see block. We
laid there and listened to people.
Yeah, well, because after a while, I was like, everyone's doing it, and we're not doing it, so we just wanted to go. My friend, we just wanted to go out and make fun of people, so we would like creep behind the woods, and while we saw things going on, we were like, right up on them, and they were, and then like my friend's pants was down, so he fell.
My friend's pants was down, and so he fell.
Yeah.
Wow. So you weren't worried at all about somebody breaking into your tent or anything like that?
No, there was. I mean, we got like a remote spot, but it was a campground. I don't remember where it was.
One of those HOA places or whatever they're called?
Oh, I don't know. Everyone else had like campers or mobile homes. We come up there with a ratchet-ass tent. I'm like, oh, God.
But that's the way to do it. I mean, it's not really camping when you pull up in an RV and you've got all the amenities.
Some people like the camping lifestyle, though.
But like that's not camping, though. Camping is sleeping in a tent or worse.
Yeah, and we
Everything else is just sleeping in the woods.
Gosh, where was that place?
You wake up and you have like a pan to cook your breakfast in over the fire. You know, you got some kayaks on the truck or whatever. That's fun, man.
No.
I like doing that.
Well, my buddy invited me to go whitewater rafting with him. He's been inviting me for years, and I always say no because it's usually I don't want to go. But like I usually have some sort of event going on. But this year I was like, you know what? I'll go this year. But I have stipulations. I have to, if we're getting a cabin, I want my own room. And I'll go. As long as I get my own room, I'm good.
Yeah.
And so he's like, I can make that happen. I'm like, then count me in this year. So now I need to schedule something so I can get out of that. I didn't think my own room was going to come through.
So now you're locked in. You go, this is the one thing I want. And in your mind, you're like, they'll never be able to get it.
Yeah.
And they got it. And you're like, oh, now I got to come up with a reason I can't go.
I'm also not going to go whitewater rafting.
Really? That's fun too, man.
But why?
It's so fun.
It's not that fun
because
to me.
it's adrenaline and it's
dangerous.
terrifying and it's no, but if you're with we did it for my brother-in-law's like when all the wedding party went out, we went whitewater rafting like northern Michigan, and it was so fun because it's terrifying. But
that's not terrifying. Being terrified is not fun.
Well, no, but you're with people who know what they're doing. You're not out there by yourself. You're with a guy who's at the back, and he's like,
I've done it.
All right, now lean. Oh, you've done it then.
Yeah, I was a Boy Scout. I've done all these things, and they were never fun to me.
I don't remember going whitewater rafting as a Boy Scout.
We do these things called high adventures. So we would go out for a week, and we would hike to different areas, and then we go whitewater rafting, or we would make our way all the way down the river doing stuff like that. And it was never fun to me to do that part of the trip. Like in rock climbing and stuff like that. Rappelling was okay. Rock climbing was not. I don't know. It wasn't enjoyable to me.
You didn't like the exploratory end of it. Like you didn't.
It just because
was it too hot? Was it too much walking? Like what was it?
I mean, I can walk all day. I don't care about the walking. It just wasn't fun. Like and it was probably the company. And then again,
did you have to kill your own food?
Being forced to do it.
Yeah.
So it's one of these things where I had to do it. So when you have to do something, it's not fun. And you try and make the best of it, but I didn't enjoy it. And so now it's all tainted for me. Where people are like, it's going to go out and we're going to have fun. And I'm like, but it's not.
What I'm saying is
also,
as a
all the
grown
stuff
up,
you have to bring.
No, I know, but as a grown up, you can drink and you can,
Right, but
Didn't we all go camping?
I don't like drinking. I mean, I'll just drink. I can be drunk anywhere and have fun.
You don't want to drink in the forest.
I don't need an activity to have a good time drinking.
Yeah,
I'll just drink.
Didn't we were on that camping trip together years ago that Erica screamed about, right?
Right, and I didn't have that much fun because I wasn't drinking.
Yeah, you didn't.
And then Polk lost his keys, and then we were sleeping in a tent, and
we had to find his keys in the river,
which we couldn't. They had to bring him. His sister had to bring him keys down to Mansfield.
Yeah. Yeah, we all went rafting and camping, and he dropped his keys in the river. Yeah, right.
How would he loot? Why would he bring his keys on a raft?
Because I think they were on a carabiner or something. It just got undone.
No. What happened was he took his keys and he put them on his tire when we were going in, and I was like, "Don't put your keys there." And he's like, "What? No one's gonna touch them." I'm like, "Bring your keys in here, and then you give them to the people behind the desk, and then you get them when you get back." Because there's a place where you rent. That's what I did with my keys. And he just put his keys in one of the coolers. And then a canoe got flipped over and his keys fell out.
Oh. Yep. We lost the beers. We lost his keys, the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that made that trip considerably less fun for him.
Right. That was a not fun trip.
I tripped balls in whatever places in Newton Falls, where Machine Gun Kelly has his,
Nelson's Ledges?
Nelson Ledges. Oh, God. 4th of July weekend, I was there. And that was one of the most recent times. I think that was one of the last times I went camping in a tent. And I was with my gays and my one friend. And
then when it gets hot in a tent, it's the worst. There's no airflow going through.
It wasn't that hot that I remember, but
But when it is, or when it gets moist out, I feel like every time I've ever gone camping, it could be a perfect day, and then as soon as you try and set up the tent, it starts raining.
Yep, and
it's the worst.
Have you ever rented a yurt? Those are fun. We've rented yurts.
What's a yurt?
It's just
like a giant structure. Yeah, but it's like a fixed structure. It's a big round. It looks like a grain silo.
I haven't done that because I don't want to stay in a yurt. I want to stay in a house.
I want to stay,
and I'll stay in a cabin, but it's got to be a real.
With AC,
it's got to be
a
a
kitchen.
cabin.
Yeah, I understand.
I'm too far along in my life to pretend that being in an uncomfortable temperature is a good time.
You don't like roughing it at all.
You would have hated Firefest.
I've roughed it all so many years.
Yeah.
I lived in the Philippines for 2 years.
That's why you don't like
rough.
it. Oh, okay, that's why you don't like it, because you lived in a god-awful dystopia.
They didn't have AC in the Philippines?
Not every room and not every house that I lived in, and it was.
No, that's a luxury over here. If you've got most people having air conditioning.
Yeah, there wasn't. I think maybe 2 of the apartments that I stayed in had air conditioning, and then even then, it would just be in your bedroom.
It's not big in Europe either. You can stay at a place in the summertime and sweat your balls off with the windows open because they're People just don't have air conditioning. It's just not a thing. You know?
I need air conditioning. I like air conditioning so much.
Alan, we were on a high adventure camp one time in Florida, and 19 pounds of marijuana washed up on the beach.
Oh, that's
a good time. What? All right, kids, now today you're going to get your distribution badge.
I'm going to teach you how to be a fence.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I did all that stuff. I've done all the camping stuff. Just getting and setting up the campsite isn't fun. Packing up the car isn't fun. Even just traveling on a vacation, I want there to be as little problems getting there and back as possible. I don't want layovers. I don't want any inconvenience because
that's not a vacation.
It's not vacation. It's so stressful to me. So, like, when we're off in July, I was thinking about going places, and I was like, you know what? I got a pool. And I got a bunch of alcohol.
Yeah, sit at home.
I'm going to sleep by my pool I'm going to get drunk by the pool and fall asleep in the sun. That sounds great.
I mean, I know I have anxiety about everything, but one of the reasons why I waited so long to book my flight was because I wanted to fly with my friend Kat, because I've only been in the airport and flown by myself one time. And I was really surprised that I did it because I went and checked myself in and everything. I mean, even from my
end, could figure it out.
Well, none of that
it's not that I couldn't figure it out.
That stuff is hard, but it's
you're anxious. You think like, what if my phone dies? What if something goes wrong? What if I need to call someone?
Then you figure it. Just calm down. What if
your
phone dies? Then you figure it out. They've got vending machines with batteries in them at the airport.
I can deal with all that. I just don't like wasting time on days off traveling for a significant amount of time.
I like hitting the road and getting out of town. Yeah. That's what I like.
If I can't get somebody somewhere good, and I don't have somebody to go with, then I'm just like, I'll stay here and drink here.
You just won't get in the car and drive.
No, I mean, like next week I'm going to Indianapolis, but like that's work stuff.
I was gonna say, like, ain't nothing fun about Indianapolis.
Well, it is when you get paid to be there.
Well, yeah. Of course.
They have a pretty skyline,
huh?
They have a pretty skyline.
They have a skyline like 100 other cities have a skyline.
And Cleveland barely has a skyline.
Even when you get into like another city, like I like doing some things, but I don't like having like a full schedule of things to do. I'm like a 2 activity a day type of vacationer. Some people like to try and cram every single thing in, and then you're more tired.
No, that's no fun.
Then you're more tired than when you went on vacation.
Right.
You're like, oh, I need a vacation from vacation.
You don't have to fill up every minute of my day with stuff.
Yeah.
But like some in the morning, having a couple of drinks here and there. What were you tripping balls on, by the way? You said you were tripping balls on a trip.
Oh, it was just pot.
You were tripping balls on pot?
I just smoked a lot because I was making up for lost time. I wasn't even hired on the show yet. I was working promotions. I remember this because it was the 4th of July, and I was working promotions downtown at Nautica. And when I got done, I had to rush out of there, pack up everything, get back to the station, and then drive from the station to Nelson Ledges, and I had to find my friend's campground. And I had never been to Nelson Ledges before, and trying to find a specific campground in the middle of the dark, like it was damn near impossible. And my friends are drunk trying to direct me.
Right.
So when I finally got there, I was like, okay, I'm there. I parked. I'm ready to party, and everyone else is ahead of me. So I had to make up for lost time. So I took shots.
You were trying to catch up.
Yeah, I took shots. I hit bowls. I probably did a bong, and people were running through the woods naked with flamethrowers. There was like ragers going on. It was the 4th of July. They were lighting off fireworks.
It's not easy to catch up in a situation like that.
Yeah. So I smoked a lot, probably within like a half hour, and I just coasted the whole night. And I was not prepared. I didn't pack anything.
Huh.
I had flip-flops on. I was like, this is not
in the middle of the forest.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's no good. And then, let's talk about the bugs.
Oh, yeah, I hate the bugs.
The bugs are the worst.
Well, that's why you get yourself some, you just slather yourself in stuff.
And off and deet.
Yeah.
I don't need those deets.
Give me your deets. Alan, a floating bale of weed is called a square grouper. I like that.
That's funny.
Yeah, we're out there catching square groupers. They're biting today. What do you use for bait? A roach clip.
So anyway, the point was, on this week's episode of the Bill Squire Show, we talked about that. And then I made some shirts that say...
people got mad at you. The outdoorsy types?
Yeah, the outdoorsy like, oh, I love sleeping in a tent. If you don't like sleeping in a tent, there's something wrong with you. And I say, yes, I know.
wouldn't go, but I wouldn't
have trauma based on tents.
There's also nothing wrong with somebody who doesn't want to sleep in a tent. It's not fun for everybody.
It's not good.
For some people, it's fun.
Some people, they like it. And I don't know what's wrong with them that they like that, but it's not for me.
Yeah.
And like, I like the nature part of it, but there's a lot of things that I can't control in nature that I don't like. I don't like when it's too hot. I don't like the bugs. I don't like, and again, like I don't care like creepy crawler bugs on the ground or on trees and stuff like that. I don't like getting bit by mosquitoes.
No, I understand.
Mosquitoes I don't like.
I just like learning how to deal. I like learning how I deal with uncomfortable situations.
Why?
Or because you never know when you're going to be in that situation again involuntarily, and that way you'll be prepared. That's why you're
overrated.
That's why. Well, it might be. I'm just saying. That's why
said,
you're so scared of everything, because you're never in a situation that you're not prepared for. I mean, I don't know.
I've been in many situations that make me uncomfortable, and they make me uncomfortable, and I don't want to try them again.
Well, that's like outdoor preparedness stuff. Like people act like they're the hardest skills in the world to figure out. But I had my Eagle Scout, like all the merit badges, passed off by the time I was 14 years old. Through apathy, because I didn't want to do that, and I had to pass them to get my driver's license. So I was like, I'm going to just knock all this stuff out, and I'm not like a studious person.
No, but you learned some useful things along the way.
Yeah, I learned them, but I don't care about them, and I wasn't. None of it's hard.
Yeah, I feel like
so when people are like, "Oh, I'm outdoorsy," and they like try to act like these are the hardest things to do, it's like, no, those are the easy things to do. Build a computer.
Build a computer. Okay, Alan, I'm a fire performer at Nelson, so I'm there almost every weekend. Tell Poundcake to hit me up. It doesn't sound like he's looking to go back out there. Sounds like he had a really awful time when he was out there.
I was just amazed
when he was out there in the middle of the dark.
But that was my bad. I was ill prepared because I didn't bring the proper clothes, and I didn't.
I understand. You're out there in like penny loafers.
I had a stupid flask. Like it was just ridiculous. And
where's Cody? He's stuck in the middle of the dark somewhere. He's out there
trying to find a park egg, trying to find your tent. How am I gonna find a tent in a campground?
I understand.
Yeah, I get that too.
Yeah.
And they're like, turn left.
You didn't have a headlamp with you?
No, they're like, come in, turn left, take another left. We're the 5th tent down. I'm like, okay. And they're like, did you take a left? Oh no, I'm so sorry. It was a right. I'm like, so which one?
First the other left. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why you gotta have that bug out bag in the trunk, baby. Okay, let me break. You want to get a text 35192 if you want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And 1-866-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192 if you want to text. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there if you like. And iHeartRadio app, anywhere you are, you can listen to the show live there. Also, if you are in town but not near your radio, you can listen to the Tribe game on the iHeartRadio app. All season long, they start up the 3-game weekend series against the Tigers here at home. They played them in Detroit last weekend, so they get another crack at them this weekend. First of 3 tonight at 7:10 here on MMS. So the pregame will begin minutes after we get out of here at 6:30. The brand new Buzzard Indians tee is ready for you as well. The Cleveland Rocks MMS baseball tee is available at Cleveland Clothing Company. And those go quickly once they drop a new one. So if you want to grab that, do it. You can go to clevelandclothingcompany.com for the details. You can also walk into their stores and get them too. Make sure that you use the April promo code. That is Grand Slam. All this month, Grand Slam will get you 20% off. Whatever you get. It's not just Buzzard merch. They have a whole bunch of stuff. But if you go to WMMS.com, you'll find the Buzzard merch tab right there. So just whatever you get, how often you might get it through April, use Grand Slam for 20% off. Saw the Tribe was dealing with an anti-vaxxer in their pitching rotation. I'd never heard of this guy before. James Karinchak is one of the pitchers for the Indians, and he posted something on Instagram. No freedom unless you get a vaccine, and it was a quote from Hermann Goering, who was like Hitler's number 2 guy. I don't know why people... Listen, it's one thing if you have a difference of opinion on things. I don't know why Nazi quotes are always the default.
Because people troll them.
Huh?
Because people, like, there'll be the trolls that'll put that stuff out there, and
no
they
one
know...
ever said that.
And they'll put it out there knowing it's a Nazi quote, and then those dum-dums will run with it, and then they get in trouble. Like, I didn't know it was a Nazi quote.
No, it's not that. It's got Hermann Goering's name in it.
Oh, it's got it? All right, well, then they're just... Yeah.
The post was... This wasn't somebody tripping him up. The post was... Because he'd since deleted it, obviously. I'm sure somebody in the front office was like, dude, get that off of there now. While testifying before the International Military Tribunal in Nuremberg, Goering was asked how he got the German people to accept Nazism. And he said it was very easy. The only thing that needs to be done to enslave people is to get them into a state of fear. If you make people scared, you can make them do whatever you want. It's a very famous Nazi quote. But the people who, they love throwing this out as though getting a vaccine, you know, the Republicans are like, it's just like when the Jews had to wear stars in the concert. Yes, you're right. It's exactly like that.
It's not fear.
I don't get what why the Nazi quotes are always what you go right to. Like in casual conversation, nobody would go, you know what Hitler's number 2 man used to say?
Well, because what he's trying to do, I think, is he's saying, well, the Dems are using Nazi tactics to try and scare everybody into falling into line. That's what I think he's trying to say. So he's not saying that he approves of Nazis. I think he's just trying to say, like, see, they're using the same tactics that the Nazis used to get people to be afraid.
Right, but A, it's not the same tactics. B, there have to be non-genocidal maniacs who have differing thoughts on the state of modern medicine. There was no mention of Democrats or anything in this post.
Right, but I guarantee
it's so weird.
That's his thinking is he's thinking that the Dems are actually the Nazis because they're trying to use fear as a way to get people to fall in line to get vaccines.
Fear is science, all of this. I don't know. I mean, again, and also, what happened to owning your opinion?
No, people.
It's always like, well, you know what this guy said. If you've got an opinion, which is ridiculous and stupid and crazy, whatever, it's still your opinion. Why not own it? Why are you posting someone else's quote? Just own your opinion. You know what I think? I think this is like when Hitler's guys, you know. So anyway, 1 in 4 adults right now are vaccinated in the United States.
That's good.
I was surprised to see that New Mexico and South Dakota lead the country in full vaccinations. Because South Dakota's got that Kristi Noem as their governor. This chick who's still on board, this is all fake. You know, or she's tried her damnedest for as long as she possibly could to tell people that... she was kind of a walking Goering quote, if you will.
1 in 4 is good. That's
25% of the population. It's not great.
I was going to say, that's only 2 out of 10.
What?
1 in 4
is 2 out of 10.
1 in 4 is 2 out of 10.
Because if you have
1 in 4 is not 2 out of 10. 1 in 4 is 25%. 2 out of 10 is 20%.
I was just thinking if you had like 8 people.
Yes. So it's 2 out of 8.
It is divisible, but you're right.
But I would say that's not a lot of people. 2 people out of 8 people, that's not a lot.
I wish it was more too. 25%. That means people have gotten both shots. Now again, we're never gonna get.
I am laughing at you.
We're never gonna get to like 90% because you've got people walking around. The very same people who have been crowing about herd immunity apparently don't realize that the more people that don't get vaccinated, it makes it that much harder to achieve herd immunity.
Because
it's
evolves.
not well, people, these people don't know science, so or they think it's fake or
But
whatever.
I think
it's no shock. But again, 2 in 10,
2 out of 8 is pretty good for right now because there's like the amount of people that are going to get their second shot over the next few weeks is a lot of people.
Yeah, that's right. You
So
get yours
by the end of I get mine tomorrow. You
Yeah.
guys get yours next week.
Yeah, next Saturday.
So Poundcake will get his when he gets back from his traveling. It's by the end of April, it's going to be like 5 out of 10 maybe.
Again,
Nah,
it's
probably not that much.
I think it's still more than overseas. I think they're having a real hard time overseas getting people vaccinated. But
2 out of 10.
Well, he was thinking off the top of his head. He was
I was just thinking if we have
stumbling around in the middle of the dark.
Because I was listening to Ari, is it Melber?
Ari Melber
on MSNBC, and he was like 1 out of 5 adults, and I'm like, why can't you just say 2 out of 10? Because 1 in 5 sounds better.
Because they reduce it to the lowest fraction, so you know the percentage.
Well, but also he might have just been looking at something. The information that gets released might have said 1 out of 5.
But 2 out of 5,
50 out of 100.
But that's 20%. 20%'s not good.
Well, again, there are still people getting their vaccines, and
it's still 20% whether he says 2 out of 10 or 1 out of 5, though. So why do you want him to say 2 out of 10?
And so far, they've already surpassed what they initially projected they were going to do in the first place. So
Right.
there are more people getting vaccinated than they initially said would be by this time. But again, 1 in 4 is not not great, but it's getting more and more people. It's getting there.
It's more than we had in March. It's more than we had in February. We're getting. It's going up. It's trending in the right direction.
It's more than we had last October.
Yeah, way more. Like way more.
Way
We had
more.
0 and 5.
100% more. That's like 8 and 10.
Mm-hmm.
I got word from my old roommate who's I'm going to see in Portland next
Your
week.
former roommate, or did you have an old roommate?
I'm Poundcake's old roommate.
My former roommate.
me?
If anybody here had an old roommate, it's old Bill Squire and Grandma.
Yeah.
Don't try and horn in on my stuff.
Remember when we used to all have sex in the same room and you'd watch?
Sure do, Grandma.
But he let me know that Portland's back on 25% like occupancy. So I mean, we're not really going to be going out.
Wait, what? Portland is at 25% occupancy?
Yeah, they
like restaurants and stuff.
They
if you're
pushed it
going
back.
out.
Oh. I see. Okay.
They pushed it back because like
There's another wave coming.
Yeah, they started rising again.
Yeah, there's a guy who runs a bar in Denver who apparently is taking a bunch of heat because he said anybody who wants to sit inside and eat has to be fully vaccinated. And people are pissing and moaning, and the free market people. They're complaining about. He goes, look, I'm not denying service to anyone. You can get takeout. You can sit out on the patio. You can order whatever you like. But I've got staff I'm trying to keep healthy. I'm trying to, you know what I mean? Trying to keep other people healthy. He's like, I'm not telling people they can't patronize my establishment. I'm telling you, if you want to come inside unmasked and eat, you have to be fully vaccinated.
But free market, I mean, go somewhere else. You have a right to not go there.
Well, that was his point. He's like, look, we'd love to have you, but this is how I'm going to do it, and I'm not turning anyone away. I'm just telling you.
You can't eat inside.
Right.
You're an outside person. There's inside people and there's outside people.
But then again, because we can't take anything nice and not ruin it, there are people now who are like picking sides based on like what's the coolest vaccination to get. And when people asked me what vaccination I got, I had to ask somebody else.
Pfizer. Pfizer.
I didn't know what they were handing out at the Wolstein Center. That's where we all got vaccinated. I didn't know what they were doing there, but there's Pfizer, there's Moderna, there's Johnson & Johnson. There's a whole battery of different companies doing vaccines, and apparently, like, people are bored. So, they're like, what team are you on? Are you in... Are you Team Pfizer? Did you get the AstraZeneca?
I really wish I could have just got it in one fatal swoop, just like one shot.
Well, that was Johnson & Johnson. That's the one shot. Yeah.
But that's the one that's less effective overall, right?
Those are the ones that they're seeing more issues with.
Yeah.
This girl's all Team Pfizer.
Only hot people get the Pfizer vaccine.
Hey, that's good news for you, Poundcake. Only hot people get the Pfizer vaccine.
And apparently,
but they gave it to me, so it's not 100%.
Right, I was going to say, I'm like, I got it.
Yep. It's 2 and 10.
Got Moderna, then. I don't know what to tell you, Queen. This message is brought to you by Pfizer Gang.
Yeah, Pfizer Gang.
But see, that's good. At least people will be like, hey, I feel a part of something.
Little boost of self-confidence, like, ooh, I'm Pfizer Gang.
There you
I must
go.
be hot.
Yeah.
Can I get it in my butt? Like, does it matter? Do you have to get it in your arm, or can you get it?
402. No, they give it to you in your arm. That's the most direct delivery system. Your ass is all fat. I want to put it right in the muscle.
But when I got my steroid shot for my psoriasis, I got that in my butt.
Well, that's
different.
Probably different, yeah.
And also,
you know what you should do?
They're not doing it they're not giving you your steroid shot in an open room. They're doing it in a doctor's office.
But he loves people in open rooms watching him undress. So it's not an issue to him. Ask them that when you go to get your second shot at Wolstein, where they have everybody, it's a well-oiled machine. Just go, hey, do you mind if I drop trow and you give it to me in my left cheek?
I don't drop trow completely. They say your hip, but she's like, but your abdomen. I'm like, okay.
God, the hip would hurt. Why would you want it in the hip?
Yeah.
Oof. No thanks.
They say your hip, but it means your butt. They want the tissue.
People are sending me all the different...
What?
I'm just getting all the fractions of people that have been vaccinated. 14 out of 56 Americans have been vaccinated.
Yeah, it's fun with fractions. 14 out of 56.
But I wasn't wrong. Great. You were laughing at me because...
No, you were wrong.
You were wrong. You said that's 2 and 10. 1 in 4 is not 2 and 10.
Yes.
I mean, I suck at math, and I know.
I didn't.
Well, you know that 1 in 4 is 25%. Just convert it to percentage, and 2 in 10 is 20%. So it's 25% versus 20%. You got jammed up on the fractions. Just convert it to percentage.
What are the top numbers? It's for fraction. It's whatever the lower one is. If you're. I don't want to try to explain it because I can't. But I know it, and I know that 1 in 4 does not become 2 in 10.
Right. It's not divisible by the same numbers. Obviously, medical experts will say that the best vaccine to get is the one that you're eligible to get first, as long as it's both doses if it's a vaccine that requires both shots. So those girls are Team Pfizer. Ted Nugent, noted epidemiologist Ted Nugent, wants to know. Now, again, I kind of feel like he's trolling, but I don't know because, like, that's all he's ever done all the time, even before trolling was a thing. Like, he didn't, he just speaks off the top of his head. He wants to know why the world didn't shut down for the first 18 COVIDs. Which, again, this sounds like a joke that was made in the first couple of months of the pandemic. Like, as a joke, not as an actual question or opinion. Like, we've had this now for so long where I don't even think the dumbest people among us think that it's called COVID-19 because there were 18 prior COVIDs. So I don't know if Ted Nugent's being serious or not.
I don't think he is. But
you don't think so?
Yeah. I mean, maybe he is. Who knows?
You know, this year's tour is canceled again. Dirty, lying, scam, smoke and mirrors, COVID-19 freaks. You know, I guess I would ask you, because I'm addicted to truth, logic, and common sense. And my common sense...
Yes, if you know anything about Ted Nugent, of course. He's addicted to truth, logic, and common sense.
When it comes to saying things like that, and you see that it's not just the United States that is dealing with this, but the entire planet, where your truth, logic, and common sense is out the window, because, like, you saying all that... You would take all the information you have from all the different sources and go, okay, there is a pandemic. There is a reason we have to stay inside. There are a lot of people dying.
I don't think that he thinks...
He thinks it's a worldwide conspiracy.
I can't speak for him. I don't know that he thinks it's a conspiracy. He sounds like he's coming more from the perspective of it's overblown. The people that go, well...
Right, but he's saying...
People die all the time. And,
he's saying it's overblown because of controlling powers, I think.
And by the way, Ted
they're
Nugent's
trying to get us to fall in line.
Yeah, Ted. That's always kind of been his thing too. Right. It's like, but Ted Nugent's got a lot of money, so if he doesn't get to tour for another year, he'll be okay. There are a lot of bands, man, that can't tour, and they're having a hard time. Mm-hmm. So I get that he's bored, and he's still Ted Nugent.
What I don't understand is the same people that were complaining about why are you shutting the world down because of people getting sick were the same people that were like, oh my gosh, we need to shut everything down because of Ebola. 2 people died from Ebola.
Well, if there's...
But literally,
listen,
one person came back.
Trump wanted Obama to resign after 2 people died from Ebola. So they shut that down right away because they had things in place. Huh?
Did Obama resign over that?
He did not.
Okay.
But... Again, well, anyway, I'll play Ted Nugent for you.
COVID-19 freaks. I guess I would ask you, because I'm addicted to truth, logic, and common sense, and my common sense meter would demand the answer to, why weren't we shut down for COVID 1 through 18? There was a COVID 1 and there was a COVID...
By the way, there are a lot of people who... there was an argument to be made for not shutting everything down. But the argument was, are we okay with 1 million people dying? Are we okay with yes. 1.5 million? Not everybody.
They would say yes if it meant they didn't have to stop their everyday lives.
Some people would say yes, yeah. So there were some states that did that.
I think if we took a vote, most people, if they, knowing what they know now, and like everything we've gone through for the past year, they're like, yeah, I'd rather have 1 million people die than shut down.
But you can't ask people in retrospect to make the same determination they would at the very beginning. Everyone was terrified at the beginning of this. Nobody knew what was going on because it was a novel virus. Scientists didn't know. We sure as hell didn't know.
No.
So everybody's freaking out. Everybody's wiping everything down, and that's what they're telling you now too. They're like, hey, you can ease up on the Clorox cloths. You don't have to wipe everything down. It's
and
okay.
While you're easing up on those, also take it easy with the butt wipes because those are messing up our sewers, and that's going to be a whole.
But you're never supposed to flush those,
right? But
pandemic or no, I know.
But people do, and so every chance I get, I'm going to tell people stop flushing your supposedly flushable wipes.
Shut up, Mr. Bidet.
Hey,
you're all sedity now that you got a
good
bidet.
For him.
I've had a bidet for a long time. I'm a bidet.
You got it after I told you to get
as long as you're not flushing
no,
wipes.
I got my first bidet in like 2015.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought you got it after I got the bio
2016.
bidet.
No,
he was way ahead of the bidet game.
A long time ago.
It's great.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. COVID 1 through 18 didn't shut anything down, but whoa, COVID-19, even though it's 99.8% survivable, why didn't we shut down for the AIDS epidemic or the flu or the Spanish flu or the bird flu?
Well, anyway, I'm curious if he genuinely thinks there were 18 other COVIDs, because again, that sounds like a joke somebody made at the beginning of the whole thing. By the way, the new variant that's come over from the United States is the dominant strain that's in this country now, which is way more contagious, and it's like affecting younger people. That's what they're concerned about, is they're like, you're going to see younger people getting sick. Fortunately, a lot of people are getting vaccinated, and
the vaccine works against this strain, which is good.
The Australian Department of Health actually had on their website, they have FAQs, and they had to answer. People were like, "Can COVID-19 vaccines connect me to the internet?"
Not yet.
And they go, "No, but no, they cannot."
I don't know what that means.
Because they're fighting the misinformation that it's like, they're putting chips in our bodies and things. But this is why we need infrastructure spending in this country. Because if the internet goes down, you're going to lose connection to all those tracking chips in our vaccines. Mm-hmm. You can't have that. If it means that I can blink my eyes and Netflix comes up, I'm okay with it.
Boom, boom.
How do I get the government to not track me? They type into Google on their iPhone.
Cut into your neck and take that chip out.
God.
So anyway, Ted Nugent, who, mind you, adopted a girl so that he could have sex with her back in the day, is wondering why everything didn't get shut down.
Where's the girl now?
She's a grown woman. She was 14 at the time.
She divorced him?
They didn't get married.
He adopted her. He didn't marry her.
He didn't marry her.
So is she not his daughter anymore?
Made himself her legal guardian. I don't know. I haven't followed up.
You can
with,
divorce a parent.
Emancipation, you mean?
No, there was didn't some famous actress divorce her parents?
You mean split up her parents, or
No. There was a story in the '90s about. Who was
Drew
it?
Barrymore?
I think Drew Barrymore did. Yeah.
You emancipate yourself from your parents' control. Yeah. Okay, let me break. If you want to get a text in here, 35192. To do that, you can hit us up at AlanCoxShow.com, and we'll be back. 216-578-1007. To get us live, or 800-348-1007. 35192 if you want to text. If you listen to the show on iHeartRadio, tell me where you do that. If it's from out of state, we heard from Mark, who's a new bureau chief in Greenville, Indiana. It's right over the river from Louisville. Brad listens in Franklin, PA. Joel is in Minneapolis. Mike listens in Castleton, North Dakota. And Corey is in Midland, Texas. So thanks one and all. Make sure that you're on the map. Your Indians are set to play tonight against the Tigers. That's a first of 3 at Progressive Field. That's a 7:10 start. Cavaliers win last night. That puts the win streak at 2, I believe.
What a win, too. They own that game.
129-102.
Yeah.
Against the Thunder in Oklahoma City.
I think we had 3 players with 20 points or more. It was a great game. Good.
And Dellavedova's back in, I heard.
Dellavedova's been playing. Kevin Love's been playing.
All of them.
Things are looking good these last 2 games.
There you go.
Let's see if they can keep it going, because they're doing a play-in game this year. So if they get to the 10th seed, they have a shot of getting into the playoffs.
That'd be fantastic.
That'd be very cool.
So they are off tonight. They'll play the Raptors here at home tomorrow night. Marcus Camby and the Toronto Raptors. I think he plays for them still.
Nah.
Oh.
He probably retired.
Chris Bosh. Who plays for the Raptors?
You have...
Kawhi Leonard.
Nope.
Vince Carter.
Kyle Lowry. You got...
Tracy McGrady.
What's that guy's name? Spicy P.
Spicy P.
That's his nickname. I can't remember what his actual... Siakam... Pascal Siakam.
Oh, God. That's a deep dive. DeMar DeRozan.
No, he's with the Spurs now. Who we beat on Monday.
Yeah. Who else plays for Toronto? Jose Calderon. Does he play for Toronto?
No. What's his name? He's a little short guy.
Pau Gasol's brother.
Not Fred McLeod. Fred.
Rip Fred.
Fred. What's Fred's last name? Chicago dude.
Oh, Fred Hornberg or Fred.
No.
Fred, not Fred Hoiberg. He was the coach.
Fred Van
right.
Fleet.
He still plays for them?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. The ladies love him, don't they? Fred Van Vliet.
Do they?
I think so.
I think you're thinking of Chris.
Well, they love him, too. Yeah. Yeah, Van Vliet's from outside Chicago. You're right. Rockford, Illinois, right there on the state line. We've got some bureau chiefs there. So anyway, Cavaliers coming off a big win, hoping to do it again tomorrow night at the Romo Fijo against the Raptors. My brother-in-law went to Lake Superior State University. It's up in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. They used to call girls who... because it can get very cold, obviously. And it's in Sault Ste. Marie, I believe, LSSU. And so,
how do you spell Sault Ste. Marie?
Well, it's got a French spelling.
Yes.
So people have a difficult time with it if they've only heard it and never seen it. Because it looks like salt.
Yeah.
But it's pronounced Sioux.
Why not just change it to Sioux?
Well, how would you spell that? Because you couldn't spell it like the
Sault Ste.
Indian
Marie?
Huh?
I don't know, spell like Sioux, S-U-E. The way I say
Sioux.
S-U-E.
Oh.
Yeah, Sault Ste.
Well,
Marie.
because it's a French name, so it's...
But it's the American word now. You're in America.
Well, I think that you should write a congressman there or something.
I call
Fred Upton.
The giant lizard that knocks down the buildings Godzilla, not Gojira.
Not Gojira.
Gojira, yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, that we adapt things, so why not adapt that?
I see.
Because I've had to drive there, and I asked people where Sault Ste. Marie was, and they're like, you mean Sioux?
Right.
And
You had never heard of Sault Ste. Marie?
Not before I'd
Oh,
been
really?
there.
Okay. Well, here's what I assume is the difference, is that Gojira was what the Japanese called Godzilla, and we just took it and called it Godzilla, or it became that
Well,
thing.
we translated the word.
But the French, if they founded a place in the Upper Peninsula, they're going to spell it the way they'd like to spell it, like
Right, but
fur
then we
trappers and things.
Took that over, so why not spell it the way an American would?
I don't know.
I just think that
there's
makes more sense.
Escanaba is up there too. Marquette, it's another French word. We didn't do anything with that. Anyway.
Yeah, but I would love a K to be in there.
Market.
Marquette.
Comma M-I.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I mentioned Lake Superior State University because they are the nation's first school to open a cannabis chemistry program. And now they are also the first college in the nation to offer a cannabis chemistry scholarship. So
gotta smoke a lot of pot?
Well, I think this is more in the scientific end of it. I don't know that you have to. I don't think that they're looking for somebody who's like a Waken Baker to get this. They're looking
science. Marijuana's in my blood.
Plant science, though.
Yeah, they want to teach students how to analyze cannabis-related compounds and contaminants.
The question of the day: can I get much higher? No.
What?
It's a song.
Who sings that song?
I think it's Coolio.
Oh.
Is it not Coolio? Who
I don't know.
Sing it again.
Can I get much higher?
Oh, you said higher.
Yeah, he said higher. I knew what he said.
Okay, I didn't hear higher. I heard chire.
No, higher.
I know, but I'm saying I heard chire. Can I get much higher?
Can I get much higher? So high. They played it in The Hangover.
Okay.
I just don't know that song. I don't know.
Okay.
I agree. I don't know.
2 out of 10 people know that song.
I know.
That's 20%.
I know. I don't know that song.
Okay. Well.
But let's say that you're somebody who, listen, the pot business, more and more states are making it legal. Only way to go is up. If you're if you want to get into the corporate cannabis sector, and maybe you're in high school, don't know what you want to do with your life, but you know that you love weed. And maybe you want to approach it from a different angle. You could get yourself a scholarship for the cannabis chemistry program. Now, the only downside is you've got to go to Lake Superior State University up in the Sioux. And a lot of girls walking around in neck-to-toe Carhartt up there. But the cannabis industry is expected to create 500,000 jobs in the next year. So there's a pretty good chance that if you get into it at the collegiate level on an official capacity, there's some money to be made there. You have to have a minimum GPA of 3.0. See, that's how they, if you'll pardon the pun,
3.0.
Weed out. You got to have a 3.0.
Come on, man. It was good.
That's why we're laughing. Yeah, that's your approbation right there. So they're not looking for somebody who's, token all the time and ends up with a 1.7. They're looking for people who want to work in weed and 3.0. There's a weather guy in there's a part of the country in the South that they call what do they call it? Misarkla. It's where Arkansas, Louisiana, and Mississippi converge. And so the television stations
touch tips.
Where they touch tips.
Mm-hmm.
And there is so the television stations around there, I think that's what they call it, is Misarkla. And this weather guy was really pissed because as he's giving the storm tracker Doppler, it's still tornado country, and he's telling people about tornadoes that might be coming through. I think this was yesterday. He's up there in front of the green screen doing the storm tracker. He's looking at people's comments on social media as he's doing it. Now, that's mistake one.
Yeah, don't do that.
If you're on TV, or you don't do that. Because then you feel compelled to...
play to them.
Yes. You feel compelled to respond to them. We've fallen into that trap on this show. We'll be talking about something. I'll see somebody's comment. I'll get a bug up my ass, and I'll start talking to them. Nobody cares what they have to say. But this guy goes into the whole hey, we're going to cut into programming for these storms. Like it or bite it. Now, I don't think he mentioned what show they were cutting into. I don't know what time of day this was. So I don't know if it was some, He's cutting into people's stories. I don't know if he was cutting into like March Madness basketball. I mean, I can see people getting pissed about that.
If it was yesterday.
If it was reruns of Frasier, I don't know what they were showing.
What, this happened yesterday?
I think so.
Or it went viral yesterday?
Got posted yesterday.
As it moves in, you can see the radar behind me with the 2 flashing warnings. We're already getting folks that are emailing and calling because we're in the middle of programming, saying if they wanted to watch the weather, they would turn it to another channel. Let me explain it to you. As long as there is a warning in effect for our area, we're going to be on TV. Because if it was your area that was under a tornado warning right now, you would want us on the air informing you. So that's what we're going to do, and we're going to stay on the television. And we've warned folks that, yes, programming is being interrupted, and it stinks.
See, it's tough if that's your gig because people can get the weather anywhere. They can go on an app and get it. They can, but again, you're a television station.
Yep, and that's
you
your
have
job.
a public duty to But once you start talking to those people who are blowing you up, it's a no-win situation. You're only going to make yourself angrier.
And no, my mother does not dress me. Like, they just start roasting you like,
what's the matter with my hair?
Trim your nose hairs. Like, they just start getting you.
I went to this guy's Twitter feed, though. He's got a hot wife. Jared Floyd is this guy, young meteorologist down there.
And you know what? We can watch that tomorrow. But we've had this same area just get hit by an EF1 tornado about a week and a half ago. It's April in the Arklamis. This is what happens.
Arklamis.
So we're going to stay on the air, and we're going to continue to deliver all this information. And when the warning is discontinued or if it cancels at 7:30, then we're going to send you your programming then. And yes, you're going to have missed half a show. That's how we do things.
I wonder what he was preempting.
I'm trying to watch Aaron Rodgers host Jeopardy! And then they got this jack off telling me that there's going to be a tornado.
Boy, LeVar Burton is thirsty for that Jeopardy gig.
It's a good gig.
Yeah, I think they should give it to him.
For it.
I think he'd be great.
I think it's right up his alley.
He is blind, though. That's the only.
No.
I'm sorry?
He acted blind.
Same thing.
Have an FCC obligation to get this information to as many people.
When you start explaining to people the FCC, like they don't care. Just put Aaron Rodgers back on.
As is physically possible, and this is the best way we know how to do it. We're not a Facebook station, we're a television station. So we're going to stay.
That's a good line,
that
too.
Is a great line.
We're not a Facebook station.
We're a television station. So we're going to stay on the air, and yes, we're going to lose viewers over it. And right now, to be honest with you, I don't care. So that's the number one thing. That's our number one priority. That's our job. So that being said, we're going to stay on the air right here, and let's get back to this tornado warned storm, which again, the National Weather Service has said at times that circulation is kind of coming in and out. If that...
Oh my God! Tornado! Tornado!
You know what really sucks too is the demographic shifts that have happened at Facebook. Where it's not the kids on Facebook anymore.
No,
it's the angry aunts and the grumpy grandparents on Facebook. So they're the ones pissing and moaning because you're cutting into The View or whatever.
God, I really hate it's like they have the American Eagle as their profile picture and then the American flag as their cover photo. Those are always like the undercover Trump supporters. Well, not even undercover.
Yeah, it's not really undercover.
Yeah. Well, listen, I don't mind that. It's just the people who will just...
They're very reactionary.
Well, but they'll curse you up and down, but their bio will be like, I'm all about Jesus.
Yeah, but
like,
that's what I'm
are
saying.
you?
They'll call you ugly and talk about your mom and your child, but then their profile picture, like they have no pictures of them.
If we could all just get along. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're just trying to divide us and keep us attacking each other when I'm just trying to be nice to Stacy and her ugly baby.
That's right. Why don't you go F yourself and put Frasier back on? Hey, Woody.
Frasier is good.
Alan?
Yes, sir.
How was your day, brother?
So far, so good. What's going on?
You guys just talking about Sault Ste. Marie.
Yeah, Sault Ste. Marie.
The upper IP, right?
The UP, the Upper Peninsula.
Yeah, it's weird that, how the United States, or the U.S., how we say St. Louis, but which technically we say should be St. Louis, right? But we say Louisville.
You could say sure. There's a lot of, and you gotta, I've lived in a lot of cities, and you gotta learn how towns are pronounced. You know, we watched the John Wayne Gacy documentary, and that happened in Des Plaines, Illinois, which is suburban Chicago, but it would be like Des Plaines or whatever it's French, but it's pronounced Des Plaines.
Yeah.
But in Pittsburgh, there's a town called there's a suburb that is similar to that, but they pronounce it more French. So you got to know what you're talking about.
I grew up in
Medina. You sound like a real dummy.
I think it's Dubois.
Yeah, Dubois. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Dubois, PA, which would normally be right. So you just, you go, hey, how's this pronounced? So you don't sound like a dick.
I grew up in Medina, and if we were out in like the West Coast, it'd be Medina.
Funky, cold Medina.
Mm-hmm.
I think I probably said Medina when I first came to town. I'm cutting commercials.
Yeah.
Locations in Medina, and you sound like a rube. So I'm just asking people. I go, hey, how do you pronounce this? And they go, Cleveland. I go, cool, thank you.
Nailed it.
There was a guy from out of town, and one of the only times I've ever ridden like a city bus, I was with like my cousin, and he fell asleep, and he was like, "Are we in Olivia?" I'm like, "Olivia?" He was talking about Elyria. I was like, "Homie, we're like in Lorraine. You on the wrong bus." He missed his stop and everything.
But that's not even a mispronunciation of the word. That's just a complete wholesale different,
Why would you get on a bus and not know where you're going?
Some people just like riding public transportation. They just love it. Riding the rails.
Who really knows where they're going,
They must really trust it to fall asleep. I would never fall asleep on a public bus. I hated falling asleep on like a school bus.
Oh, God, I used to fall asleep on the L all the time.
That's scary.
Depends on which line you're on, really.
I fall asleep on public transportation in the Philippines constantly.
Yeah, you trust people enough to do that?
It lulls you to sleep. Well, what do I have on me? What are they going to steal?
Well, they could stab you. They could do whatever. I don't
just
know.
walk up and stab you? I mean, they could. I guess they could. I never got stabbed.
But you didn't.
Plus, I drool and I sleep with my mouth open, so I know I'm on somebody's phone.
Well, I was going to say, that's a good reason to not fall asleep if you're going to drool all over people.
Not on purpose.
This is 2003. They didn't have phones that could film that.
Okay, well, I didn't grow up in that era.
I just remember I dated a girl who went to St. Vincent College, which was at the very end. It was in, I think, Oak Park or something. So it was right, like literally across the street from the Chicago City line. So it's the first suburb. And so you took the Green Line L from downtown straight west. So you're going through the worst of the city. To take her back to school. I rode back on the Green Line with like toothpicks under my eyelids, so I didn't miss anything. I'm like, I'm not falling, because I'd come back late at night. I'm like, I'm not missing anything. I'm not falling asleep. I'm like dead tired. Somebody would have stabbed me on the way back.
I lived in New York.
Look at this skinny white boy.
For like a cup of coffee, and it's one of those things like when you're first learning the subways and stuff like that, you're just so aware of every stop and everything. So like there's not a moment that I was on those that I was like relaxed enough that I could fall asleep. But I could see how someone that's just used to it and they know the rhythm of it.
Good for them.
You just pass out. You don't care.
Well, also it's like you get that thing if you ride it a lot. You get the thing where subliminally you hear the stops, so you know where you are. They're like, next stop Granville. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna wake up in 2 stops and I'll be good. And
you're also you're not even hearing it. You just know the syllables of it.
Yeah.
You just go. You're like, yeah.
People that are prepared, like kids who grew up on the subway or like fly on planes by themselves. That's just something I'll never understand. But that's
why I hate.
Used to it.
That's why I hate that most cities now. I don't know if they've done it in Cleveland, but a lot of cities have automated their announcements. Where they got like it used to be the person driving the bus, or it used to be the guy, the conductor on the L train or whatever, would get on that awful microphone and tell you what the stop was. And now, I know why they did it.
Times Square!
Yeah, they were like, and you'd be like, what? You'd have to look up at the map if you didn't know where you were. And now they've got like the nice voiceover audio, ding.
Yeah,
next stop.
It sucks that you can actually hear it and
understand
it.
Well, you know what I mean.
Like ugly bitches get off at the next stop.
No, that's something that the guy would right. Yeah. Because they'd always have they would have like different qualities of their voice and different.
Give it a little character. I
don't like the uniformity. Comiskey Park, everybody get out for Comiskey Park. And now it's like, Comiskey.
Chicken the
whatever the hell they call
Get
it.
the hell off my train.
What?
Chicken the floral moo.
Chick in the floor, moo please. Please
You're
exit
taking
the
up too
train.
many seats.
Chick in the floral moo. They're on that Fu Manchu tour.
Ooh, that's
the Agora.
exciting.
Yeah, that'll be fun. All right, I got to take a break. You can text in here, 35192. You can join us on the phone, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio.
many people feel uncomfortable with and don't talk about.
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
216-578-1007. He already gave you the phone numbers. 35192. If you want to text. Remember, the Weekend Cox happens on Sunday mornings. It's 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. It's 2 hours of the best stuff from the week, all squoze down and condensed for you. If you're not up early on Sundays, we now have the Weekend Cox podcast, so you can listen to it whenever you like. A new episode of the Bill Squire Show dropped today. That is at alancoxshow.com. And the latest Poundcake podcast is up at the show site as well. What kind of feedback are you getting from people on this week's podcast?
Someone went out of their way. Well, I don't know if this counts as going out of their way, but they DM'd me on Instagram and said this one really touched them and it was great. Keep it up. I was like, really?
Now, what specifically did they enjoy that you were talking about?
He did, I mean, I just said thank you, so he didn't necessarily specify, but he said this was my best episode yet.
Now, what do you think that it was? What were you talking about this week?
Well, the title is Poundcake, and it's just me about my evolution or lack thereof of relationships and how I have trust issues, how I self-sabotage. So I kind of like dove into that.
Something probably a lot of people can identify with.
Yeah, and it's just like a bunch of my insecurities. Like I was talking about yesterday with Mary. Most of the stuff stems from like I had such an emphasis on my looks because that was the one thing that I had that, you know, didn't get me beat up. Like I got beat up for my voice, bullied for my voice, you know, bullied for the way I talked or bullied for the way I walked and the way I stood. I wasn't the smartest, but I was a really good looking kid. And so as I got older and that just started to fade, I kind of didn't know what to do with myself. My hairline started to go back, you know.
He's like, oh, now I got to develop a personality.
So
I've always had a personality.
You had put all your eggs in the hot basket, supposedly?
I mean, not necessarily.
Nobody called you ugly when you were a kid.
Nobody called me ugly.
They called you a lot of things. Ugly wasn't one of them.
Yeah, and it's not like I didn't have a personality. I did, but it didn't get me places, except on this radio.
I feel like every kid gets called ugly at some point, and it's not even reflective of how they actually look.
I was never ugly.
It just gets... Well, no, there's a lot of people who were never ugly, but kids just call each other ugly.
But no, they didn't... The ugly card was never played with me because they had other...
Because that was so low on... There's so many other things to focus on when bullying him. Looks wasn't one of the things they focused on.
They were like, oh, you can't roast me with a voice like yours, Cody. I'm sorry. Like you're gonna stand like that and poke your chest out and your hands on your hips.
Now, I'm not saying that you weren't a cute kid. Who knows? But what I'm saying is, if they had so many other things to hit you with that they did, the fact that they didn't call you ugly, if that wasn't on their menu, is that why you assumed you were good looking? Because they never called you ugly, or you were objectively a good looking kid? You thought
I was a good looking kid, but also.
With that little dirt stash and the glasses?
But that was the trend at the time. And also I was in the closet. So to women...
No, I understand.
To women, they liked it. I had the clothes.
You were bad boy Cody.
I cared so much about my opinion, even though I wasn't even getting laid. Appearance. And I wasn't even getting laid. Like, I was more like how Bill is now. Like, the shoes had to be completely clean, took them out. I had so much free time, so I would just...
You're fresh to death all the time.
All the time.
Somebody texted earlier, and we were having a conversation on camping, and she said, I hope that my husband doesn't find out, but I think Bill might be my soulmate, based solely on your opinion of being anti-camping.
That's the thing. I think she might want girls that like camping, and
you what?
I mean, like every girl, it seems like that comes into my life enjoys camping.
You're trying to find an anti-camping advocate.
I mean, I love my girlfriend, so I'm good with my girlfriend, but she knows.
Does she like camping?
She loves it. She's a fish fan. She wants to go sleep in a tent and then listen to music all day. And I'm like, I'll see you at the hotel because I'm not doing that.
They don't have to do any setup. They don't have to put up the tent. They don't have to, haul in the truck and all the materials. They just go and enjoy it.
Setting up a tent is not labor intensive.
It's annoying.
It depends.
It might be annoying, but it's not difficult. They have made tents like practically cartoon tents now.
I don't care
you
about
go
setting
beep,
it up.
and it just go. Yeah.
Setting up the tent is not the problem. It's putting the tent away that's the problem. When you're trying to stuff it back in that little bag.
Huh.
Yeah, that is the thing.
So it's just too much rigmarole.
It's
with very little payoff. is
very
what you're
little
saying.
payoff
Yeah.
for
big on setup, short on delivery.
For setting up the tent and taking it down, and then being in the tent, and then like whether you have like a pad or an air mattress, it's never good enough. It's never quality. You're not
I
going to
always
sleep
like the air
well.
mattress in there.
The air mattress. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I never liked an air mattress. I
Really?
like a bed. I really, really enjoy a bed. And an air mattress ain't a bed.
I feel like air mattresses have gotten
evolved.
very comfortable.
They've gotten better,
Yeah.
but they're still not a bed.
There's always
That's
one
why you don't
hole
sleep
in it.
on an air mattress. You sleep on a bed.
I always wake up with one side higher than the other, like I'm dipping down.
Well, that
even
means
sleep
you've
in
got
my-
a leak. You
I
got
know.
to patch the leak.
Yeah, I don't even sleep in my girlfriend's place because I like sleeping in my bed.
She sleeps on an air mattress?
No. She's like, I like my bed, and I like sleeping in my environment, and I'm not good at sleeping at other people's places. Like I can sleep in a hotel, but like even like if I'm staying in an Airbnb and stuff like that, I'm not.
I was going to say, you were a road comic for a long time. You were sleeping in other places for a long time.
Right, and I was getting drunk to fall asleep.
Oh.
Like, but I mean, I can sleep in a hotel bed. There's something about that's fine. But in like another person's house, it feels different. And so I'm not great at sleeping there. And especially like, like at her place, she's got creaky old floors and she's got a roommate, and that adds to it too. So if she didn't have a roommate, it'd be a little bit different. But having a roommate makes me go, I don't really want to sleep here.
Poundcake, people are asking if you ever got bullied for your fractions.
Yeah. I was in LD classes. They called it the back hallway. All the little slow kids go to your little back hallway.
It was like the indoor version of the short bus.
Yeah, anything you could roast me for, I had. I got my meal card, so I was poor. I was in the back hallway, so I had learning disabilities. My voice was high pitched. And
there weren't any other kids like you there.
Like me? No, there were kids in the back hallway, but
I mean that were checking as many, not every box, but
I checked every box to roast somebody for.
Wow.
I mean, those kids used to jump on my car, everything, and I was so good at not telling on people. They just kept doing it because I didn't want to be the snitch too, because I would get roasted for that.
Man,
everything
sucks.
Everything. They would call my mama fat. I'm like, man, leave my mama alone.
Was she fat?
At the time, yeah.
Maybe they were just concerned about her health.
They weren't.
Oh.
They were rude. They were rude little bastards with no home training. And yet they wanted to come over to my house because I had
like,
cable.
oh yeah, well, my mom hooked up with Derek Huff. Put it down on my mom.
Yeah, my mom and Rob Lowe.
Despite everything, I was really nice. I was a really nice kid. That's why I had friends, because I was really nice.
Alan, that's quite the conundrum. Getting a hotel requires paperwork, and camping requires none. So what does Bill hate more?
That's not true at all. Going camping, if you're going to a campsite, you have to reserve it. Just like that.
Do that all online.
Yeah, you do, but you can do all the hotel stuff online.
You still got to check in and sign the paper.
I can sign a paper.
If you know there's a bet at the end, you'll muddle through it. Yeah, I got
a bet at the end, and there's other. You don't have to fill out a bunch of paperwork. You can do a lot of it online, and I don't mind doing it online. That's the stuff. That's why I have my condo, because I was able to do so much of the paperwork online.
So the proposal I was drafting for the Alan Cox Show camping trip, I should get rid of that then, you're saying?
If you can get me a hotel, I will go.
Hey, where's Bill? He's up the road at the Marriott. He's not here at the campsite? No. He's
and not a Residence Inn. Real Marriott.
Yeah. He does have a bonfire going on in his bedroom, if that counts, but...
And that's the thing. People are like, oh, well, I like this part of camping. I like this part of the camping. I'm like, those are all things you can do without camping. You can go on a hike without camping. You can have a fire without camping. You can cook over a fire without camping. I want to sleep in a bed.
Yeah. You like creature comforts.
Yeah.
Yes. You're like, if they're available, why would I voluntarily...
Why would I go backwards?
Eschew them. That's
and
right.
Why would I pretend like I enjoy this when I don't? Why would I act like this is some fun thing to go into the woods, be away from things that make my life easier, and be like, isn't this great? Just roughing it? Roughing it's not fun.
Right.
Roughing it's annoying.
Well, but you don't do it all the time. So if you do it for like a couple of days, it's not that big of a deal.
But it is for me.
Really?
Because I don't like it.
A couple of days? I mean, nobody loves it, but again...
But that's the idea that makes me so crazy. It's
I know, but
nobody loves it, but we just want to do it.
I'm just saying, no one gets to do everything they love all the time. You find yourself in a situation... Granted, camping's voluntarily. But, I mean, we're all in things that, I don't know, you learn something about yourself.
I've learned it. I've done it.
I've sleep. Yeah, you did. You did all the Philippines.
I've done all this crap that I don't like, and I know what I like, and I know that camping is not something that I'm going... Like, there might be moments where I'm having a good time, but overall, like, I think back to when I first got with my ex-wife. Like, we went on a couple camping trips, and they're like, this was so much fun. I'm like... To you guys, because I was the one doing all this stuff and lugging all this crap around and like having to put everything away. And they're like, well,
they were having a great time bird watching, and you're loading the car.
Right, they're doing all the fun stuff, and I'm one doing all the work stuff.
What's something that you came to like? Can you think of anything that you were like, man, this sucks? I don't mean camping, I mean anything. And then you kind of came to enjoy it. You go, yeah, I gotta change my mind on this.
Like something that I didn't like in the past that I was forced to do.
Does anything you think of anything along those lines?
I don't know. I've always kind of liked the things that I've liked.
Yeah, all right.
I mean, I can't. I mean, the hiking aspect of it, because that was something that I was not huge into, but now I like going on a hike. I like the nature aspect. I enjoy going into the nature, seeing these things. That was never a big deal. But again, my allergies were incredibly bad back then. They're still pretty bad, but when it was unbearable at times.
I guess that's part of it too, because I don't have anything like that. So, like, I don't worry about waking up in a tent with my head feeling like it's gonna explode, or
Right, and then also just like the dew, and then like I like.
The dew.
The dew is terrible.
Oh, the dew is awful. The morning dew.
The morning dew is
the
trash.
Moisture, the nature's moisture when you wake up and it's kind of foggy, but the sun, it's gorgeous in every direction. That's awful to you.
No, it's not gorgeous.
The dew.
You can't even sleep in on when you're camping. You fall asleep at 3 a.m. because you're not used to being in the tent, and then you wake up at 6 because the sun's just
because there's birds chirping,
beaming into your tent, making the temperature raise by 30 degrees in 15 minutes. And it's
you don't want to sleep too much on a camping trip because you want to enjoy the nature. You want to squeeze as much of the day.
I can get a lot of nature appreciation in a couple of hours.
All right,
I don't need a whole day in nature.
You're like
I can go into nature, dip my toe into nature, and then skedaddle back to the indoors and feel great.
Just
about
don't dip your toe in that dew.
Yes,
the morning dew.
The morning dew's annoying.
Things people have written, it's been the centerpiece of poems.
Yeah,
you go, it sucks.
It's annoying.
You're like one of my best friends. He lives in L.A. and we went out for the 4th of July a few years ago. And he hates the beach. We were going to go to Santa Monica one of the days and just kick it at the pier.
He's going to be one of my best friends.
Oh, my God. He's like, I just hate the sand. And I'm like, you live in California. He goes, I know, but we don't ever go to the beach. His wife's having fun, I'm like, oh, my God. I'm like, he's like that. He will just complain about stuff that he doesn't like. I mean, he went along.
I won't even complain about it.
But he sat a chair, had a giant umbrella, and just sat there all day. I'm like, oh man, this is so fun. He's like, you get the sand in your toes.
The sand is everywhere, and it never goes away.
Man, for people who accuse me of being crotchety, I'm not even approaching that level. At least that's somebody that can make me feel like I'm a young Turkish boy in the woods.
When we were in Jamaica, I liked looking at the beach. The beach is a nice thing to look at. I enjoy waves crashing. That is great. But I like watching it from a bar. I don't.
You don't want to sit on the beach?
No, I don't want to sit on the beach. The beach is a terrible place to sit.
Wow. Just sitting there and watching, the waves coming up at you.
Right, but if you can see it from the bar, I have a great memory.
But you're not in it.
I have a great memory of going to Florida with the Clearwater, and we were watching the beach from we went into the beach for a little bit, and we're like, it's okay. And then we went and had daiquiris and watched the waves roll in and the sunshine, but we were in shade. There was a breeze. It was wonderful. I loved that. So I like being near a beach. I don't want to be on the beach. I don't like sun. Like people that lay in the sun, I don't know how they do that. It's so boring.
It's the best.
It's so boring.
That's the point, though. You're
it's
like
so boring.
We go to Mexico or something, and that just like where you take like one day where you lie there. Maybe you're in a hammock or you're just lying on the beach, and you're not doing anything. And they're bringing you drinks, and you're it's the best.
But having the drinks brought to you, that is doing something. I'm talking about people that just go and they lie in the sun on the beach and they're just getting cooked. I don't want to get cooked.
Well, you don't stay out there for 12 hours.
But there's some people that do.
Well, that's silly.
Like Mary's a person that will go to Edgewater Beach and sit there all day cooking herself and be like, isn't this great? I'm like, no, I wanted to leave so long ago.
I wanted to leave 6 hours ago. And we've only been here for 5.5 hours. Wow. Well, listen, you got to know what you do and don't like.
Yeah.
But it's funny to me when people are like, I hate the beach. Like, I understand not wanting to get sunburned. I understand not wanting to get bit by a shark. But going like, it sucks.
Being anti-beach.
You're like in nature, kind of. You know, you're surrounded by the elements, and it's fun. You know, because what are we doing the rest of the time? Driving to work, going home, going to sleep, driving to work, driving
sleeping.
home.
I like work.
I like work too, but still, it's like every day, especially the past year, it's the same goddamn thing.
But that's why I like a resort on the beach. Like that is, because then if whoever I'm with, if they need to go to the beach, it's right there. I'm going to stay in this pool where I can just float around in this warm pea water.
I was going to say in other people's piss.
And it's chemically treated and it's fine. I like it. And,
hey,
they bring me really watered down drinks so I can drink all day long but have a buzz going.
How often do you guys chemically treat this pee pool that I'm in?
Every day.
Every hour, senor. Oh, great. Could you do it? I don't like being on the beach, but I like getting out of a pool where my skin is on fire from chemical burns. That's fun, too, because there's so much frigging chlorine in the pool. See, that's no fun for me when you get out and you're like, oh, my God, I'm never going to wash this chlorine smell off me. That to me is no fun.
I don't mind the chlorine smell. I can in that. I feel like a lot of places have figured that out. I don't know. That doesn't bother me because this summer I'm going to spend a lot of time by my pool, the pool, and that's the thing too. I don't go sit by the pool. I get in the pool, like I'm hanging out in the pool. Other people want to lay around, and I'm going to be in the water, getting all wrinkly and stuff.
I have. There are a lot of people texting me who are on Team Bill.
Thank you.
I can wake up with my back hurting without going camping.
There you
Somebody
go.
says.
Laid on a stick.
Bill is right. Tent camping blows. Got to stay in a camper.
Camper's fun.
Camper is fun.
Because a lot of the aspects of camping are fun. I just need not to be in a tent.
I was at the beach for my honeymoon and got stung by a jellyfish in the first 5 minutes.
There you go.
I hate that I feel the same as Bill on this. I don't admit it to people. I'm so very ashamed.
Yeah, be on my team. I know what I like. And people like the other things, and that's fine. But I don't like when people try to drag me into it and try and convince me again. Like,
I understand.
Like, oh, we're going to go on the beach and we're going to throw the Frisbee around.
I understand.
And then some kid's going to kick sand up and it's going to get in my mouth, and I'm going to be annoyed, and it's just not fun.
Right.
I don't like sand
There's
that much.
no reason to drag people into an experience. I totally get that.
I know enough about myself to know that being near a beach is fine, but being on the beach, I can handle it for a few minutes, but it's not. It's not great.
And why should I pretend so that you'll have a great time?
Yeah.
I get it. Alan, I want to see Bill host a show on the Travel Channel called Meh.
Yeah, I would love that.
It's Meh with Bill Squire.
Like, look how beautiful this is from my hotel room.
Yeah, right. They zoom in on the beach and then they zoom way out, and you're on a balcony.
Yeah, I love a balcony. Like that's why I like my condo so much, because I can look out at nature every single day. And I enjoy it. I love looking out at the lake. It's beautiful. But the windows are closed. I can't hear the birds.
I don't want any nature getting in here.
Yeah,
I want to be hermetically sealed.
I'm a big fan of walls. What can I say?
Yeah. Okay. Hey, Danny, hello.
Oh, you guys are like lulling me to sleep there. Like the the camping thing, like, I don't know, with the beach, like, I feel like the Atlantic is very different than the Pacific Ocean and stuff. Like, the Pacific,
It is.
I actually, like, lived in, like, the Florida Keys and stuff like that, and I loved the ocean. I, like, was in it all the time, and then I lived in San Diego for a period of time, and I hated it. It was cold. Every time you get inside it, there's, like, seaweed all in your clothes.
I'll give you that.
Yeah, it is. They are very different.
They are very
yes.
different. And, like, because my grandma lived in St. Augustine, so that was, like, the east side of Florida. But the Gulf is beautiful.
Yeah.
That's, like, if I'm going to mess with the beach, it's, like, the Gulf, like, of Mexico is where I'm going to go on a beach. That's where I was in Clearwater, where, like, we went on the beach for a little while, but having drinks and looking out at that beach and, like, the warmth and everything, that was great. I love that.
But the Pacific Ocean, it's like you're picking seaweed out of like everywhere.
It's a big dirt lake. It's a big salty dirt lake, and it's gross.
And like, there's so many bros that are surfing in the Pacific Ocean, and they're like trying to fight over you for like spots. You're like, I'm just trying to freaking chill you.
Well, but that's a San Diego thing. That's not a Pacific Ocean thing.
That's like the whole.
I was in San Diego.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That was more. I mean, San Francisco. It's not really that way.
Well, yeah, because you don't have that.
I'm like just trying to chill here, and you guys are like coming at me with your backwards hats and yelling games at me. And,
they're looking for. They want that endless summer,
well,
man.
Well, yeah, because they're there every single day trying to,
get the best way.
Hang 10.
Hang 10. Didn't even hang one.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I preferred the Atlantic so much more, but. Like, I called in and I was talking to Cody, like, I don't know, every time he talks about the past in school, I end up, like, calling in and talking to him about it. But, like, I do remember when I moved there, there were a couple of kids that were pretty brutal. Like, Oberlin was a really unique place.
You went to school with Poundcake. Did he establish that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I went to like, yeah, I've called in a couple of times, so like, but whatever. But it's there. Like, Oberlin's a really unique place where there's like really wealthy kids from like liberal arts professors, children, and stuff like that, and then you have like this side of town that's like pretty poor, and like that side of town is kind of where like Poundcake lived on, and like the kids over there were like brutal, whereas like my friends were like really liberal and like music lovers and like basically hippies, and they just spent their parents' money on drugs and like.
I mean, again, I thought that's kind of the way you describe it is kind of like that's kind of how every town is.
But Oberlin's tiny.
Oberlin, though.
No, I know it's tiny, but.
Like, a liberal oasis in the middle of like rural Ohio.
Because there really was no racism there because
but that's
everyone
because of
there,
the college.
But the thing is, everyone kind of looked like me. Everyone was kind of biracial, and if you were white, your parents probably worked for the college. So there really wasn't any racism. I never got called the N-word or anything like that. They teased you for other things.
Yeah, but there were these couple of kids. We were talking about it, and I do remember them that were like really, really like brutal and stuff like that. And they were like looking back, it was just like they were bad people. Probably had like problems at home and stuff like that.
What happened to them? Where are they at now?
Why would I know? Not on the radio.
Because I know a lot of the people that like were the worst to me. Yeah, they kind of went down the road that you think they go down. Like I think
Drew is in jail.
Yeah,
but others have gone on to live productive lives. Hopefully they've changed.
I mean, like they're probably still in the community and stuff like that.
Normal.
But
okay, listen, I gotta go here, but thank you, Danny. I appreciate the call. Normal, productive lives. Yeah, one of the kids that used to beat me up all the time ended up killing himself. I was like, this is a great day.
I know one that used to bully me. He OD'd and he died. Another one's in prison.
Get ready to celebrate the songs in
Alan, I'm also from a small town. I ended up marrying my school bully's ex-wife. Well, they probably had a lot to talk about.
That's revenge right there.
Is it, though? I mean, they got divorced. You didn't want her anymore.
Banging your bully's mom?
Well, you really took that up a notch, didn't you?
Just saying, like, once you become of age, now the guy's mom...
What if the mom's really gross?
It depends on how much the bully loves his mom. If you really
and
loves
how
it,
much revenge you want to get on that person.
If he was terrible, it might be worth it.
Wow. So somewhere...
Poon is poon.
Somewhere on the revenge axis... there is. It's going to be
because the bragging rights are severe. Like when you
bang
someone's
to
mom.
whom?
If I'm saying, if you say you bang someone's mom and you really did, especially your high school bully.
I guess I wouldn't think that was a brag to tell people that I had sex with a guy's mom.
But you tell him like I banged your mom. I'm like, no, you didn't. You're like, Bradley, yes, he did. He blew my back out. Like
Bradley, that's a bully named Bradley.
There's a reason why I need a hip replacement.
Bully named Bradley, and then also this mom that's co-signing the bully's
right. Yes, I did, Bradley. Yeah. Right.
Your no good father walked out on me. What was I supposed to do?
It's a very Poundcake sounding situation.
I know.
It'd just be very. I mean, I'd be like, "Hey, my mom got her number up. That's good."
He could also, for being terrified of everything, Poundcake, he could also pull up to your house and knock on your door and shoot you in the face. After he finds out that you had sex with his mom,
you take that risk every day in school now. I mean, our bullies.
Oh, that was deep, son.
Yeah,
I mean,
deep. Bullies nowadays, I like they weren't in the camp of bringing guns to school in my day, but they would, as soon as the teacher walks out,
they very much were in your day bringing guns to school.
No, I mean,
your day is not that long ago.
Okay, I mean, I graduated.
Right? Columbine was 99.
I graduated 2011, but it wasn't as prevalent. It wasn't the string of mass shootings like there are now.
All right, well, good to know. Hey, Joe in Philly, what's going on?
Yo, what up, guys?
How are you?
Good. Man, this show is really making Bill sound like a blast to go on vacation with.
I don't go on vacation that often.
Yeah,
and I don't.
He knows what he doesn't like.
I don't like to. That's why I like do things the way I want to do it. Usually, I'll go to a comedy club. I'm not a vacation guy.
Yeah, Bill. So instead of vacations, what you do? Just stay home, order one of those big landscape type posters or frames. Set up a chair, make yourself a little Mai Tai, and just enjoy the scenery, just staring at it.
Well, I can look out my window and see Lake Erie, and Lake Erie
it's on the
looks
9th
beautiful
floor.
When it's when from my window it looks very nice. I'm just far enough away that you can't see the hubcaps and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So it looks pretty good. So I got that, and then I got my pool downstairs. So I'm living in a situation where every day can be a little vacation.
Do you own binoculars, Bill?
No, but Grandma's got 2 pairs.
I was going to say, you could probably borrow one from her.
Grandma's got one. She's got like a corner spot. So she's got one on each window frame, and she'll go out there and watch the Sunny Boys.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
I kind of agree with you, though, on the beach thing. I'm not, my wife and her family will sit on the beach from 10 to 6. And I'm just like, what are you guys doing? Let's do something. Let's go somewhere.
Right.
I'm not a big fan of the sand, and what makes it worse is now that I have kids, my son loves the sand, so I'm like, oh gosh, I gotta be a good dad and stuff. And
your kids force you to do things you otherwise wouldn't do.
Right.
The worst.
And my kids were terrified of the ocean because we go on vacation to Rhode Island, and my kids were terrified of the ocean, and we'd go to the beach, and I'm like, why are we going to the beach if they don't like going into the water? And they play on the sand for 15 minutes. I'm like, let's just do something else. And then also, half the time we'd go to the beach, it'd be like, oh, it's red tide, so you can't even go in the water because you'll get this weird algae all over you. So beaches are overrated. If you have a private beach where you can go out there naked and do whatever you want, that sounds okay. But I'm just I think we've built the beach up to be this amazing place when it's just not for everyone.
Especially on the east, especially mid-Atlantic East Coast.
Yeah.
It's not that cool. You got to go to the Gulf for sure.
Right.
Give me some white sand, clear waters. I'm into it.
And clean beaches too, because a lot of people will go out there and they treat the beach like trash, so there's cigarette butts all over the place and like chip bags, and it's just disgusting.
Half the time in Jersey, beaches are closed. They're like, oh, it's too polluted over here. You can't go for like swaths of the season. You're like, what the heck is the point? Like, I'm going to be swimming with syringes? What, like,
listen, man, if it was good enough for Snooki and JWoww.
They weren't going to the beach.
Yeah, but they were never on the beach. They were in the clubs. They were never on the beach. They were on the beach like once.
Oh, come on. They were. Okay, thank you, Joe.
And then also,
yep,
like going and doing activities on, like we said, 1 or 2 activities is fine. But when people try to pack too many activities, or you're traveling while you're traveling, it's like, okay, we're going to go here, and then we're going to drive 3.5 hours to here
within a vacation.
to see this,
yep,
and then drive back. And I'm like, that's not a vacation.
Zach is already planning. He's like, hey, there's a boat cruise. He was like, you guys want to risk that? Only 25% capacity, so you guys got to book it now. I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to feel like when I get there.
Go
I might
see
just
Crater
wanna
Lake.
chill.
Just go do the nature stuff while you're there.
He's like, you guys want to ski? I was like, does my black ass look like I want to ski? I don't want to ski.
Although skiing does look nice over there.
Yeah, we never went on vacations as kids, so.
We'd always go to visit family.
Yeah, we didn't.
Like, we go to Florida.
The family was 45 minutes away.
We spent like 2 weeks in Florida in St. Augustine, and, you know, the beach over there, it was walking distance. We'd go there a couple times. But my grandma had a pool, so we'd just go hang out in that pool, and that was fun enough for me because it was so hot. I mean, we were there in June or July, and it was 100 degrees and humid, so it's like leaving the pool meant you were just completely drenched in sweat all the time.
Julie says she'd rather stay home, too. I hate camping in the beach. They're awful. My friends don't even ask me to go anymore.
I don't hate the beach.
Alan, I think it would be funnier if Poundcake banged his bully's dad.
Oh, yeah, he's done that.
I would if they had one.
If
but then
they had
they were
one.
like, you don't have one either. I'm like, oh. That's right.
Oh, yes, I do. And I got these text messages that show that we're fighting.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Alan, why do people keep saying go to the Gulf? That place sucks. I'm currently in Fort Lauderdale, and it's perfect. Yeah, Fort Lauderdale's got a lot of tweakers, though, too. I mean, you know, whatever. Beach. Yeah.
But, like, southern Florida is nice, too. Like, those are nicer beaches.
Miami?
There's just, but again, I don't like any of those beaches all that much. Even the nicest beach, I want to be looking at the beach from a nice man-made structure.
Yeah.
Our spot in Jamaica was perfect. The beach was beautiful, and there was a lot of places you could drink and look at the beach and not touch it.
Hey, Jay, hello.
Hey, how's it going, Alan?
How are you, man?
Poundcake, you guys are awesome.
Thank you, sir.
Just wanted to say I saw the Lamb of God movie, the concert. I was kind of mad about that. It didn't even say 11th hour late dress. That's really a thing. You go to the theater and it says Lamb of God concert, so you're thinking like, oh, sweet. Bad idea. Bill, I'm all about the camping, but I need like a camper too.
That's the thing.
No mosquitoes can't be going in there. Poundcake, congrats on the dude. Keep it up. You know, go strong. And the last thing, I actually grew up in a small town. I got picked on because I was Hispanic. So what I did is I grabbed a bunch of kids that were different. Like I had a black girl, an Asian kid, a couple German kids, and we started picking on the kids who picked on kids. So our principal expelled us. And, we were in the paper and stuff. We're like 8 years old sitting in this gymnasium.
In the paper. Made the paper.
That's how fights get started.
And we were like a little kids. I was like, great. That's awesome. So we moved to the suburbs, and now I'm married to the Amish. My stepmom's Amish, so we're Hispanic Amish. And instead of Don Juan, it's Don Yoder.
Was there a dowry involved?
A what?
A dowry for your wife? Like, they make you a barn or give you a goat or anything? Or?
Oh no, we actually got a wooden chair.
A wooden chair.
So for their grandson. That's serious, dude. Like, my dad married in. I'm like, holy crap, their family. Being Hispanic's already big. The Amish family is a totally different breed of people. So we're not even on
the same breed.
But also, like, and so the Amish family's got no issue with you being Hispanic.
Oh no, they do. Like, I sell oranges and make cabinets.
He's like, oh no, they do. But the daughter's hot. So, yeah. All right, good. Thank you, Jay.
Yeah, man. You guys have a good one.
All right, thank you. You too.
See, for the life of me, I just tried to lay low. because I didn't want to get into any fights. I didn't want to start any drama. But kids thrived off of it. They loved to fight. And whenever people would get into fights in school, I'm not like I was, I'm not like, I was not like how I am now. Like, if someone gets into a fight, I'll watch now. But back then, I was scared. I was like, I don't want people to get hurt.
Alan, I love when my kids pick up things in the car from Poundcake. My 5-year-old just said, "Does my black ass look like I ski?" He's very much not black. Well, there you go.
Tell him to go tell his friends to say that, too, out in public.
Yeah,
Make a scene.
Sure he will. Be the next fad sweeping through kindergarten. Hey, John.
That'd be cute.
Good afternoon.
What's going on?
So, Bill, my name's John, and I love the beach.
Okay.
It's heaven.
All right.
I want to say thank you.
Okay.
I thank you for really identifying that you don't like the beach, and I'm thankful for that. I just wish you could convince a lot of other people out there that really don't like the beach.
So they're not as crowded. I'm trying.
Yeah.
I'm trying my best, John. I'm doing what I can. I'm pointing out all the shortcomings of the beach so that you can be out there without the crowds.
Exactly. Thank you. All right, have a good weekend.
All right. I'm wondering.
I like where he's went with that.
I'm wondering if John takes any action on his own part, where like if he puts a sign in the sand that he's had made that says like, "Oh, there have been Asian carp jumping out of the water and nibbling on people's toes." I don't know. But yeah, I guess as a public figure, he's hoping that maybe you can help out, help his cause.
People from going to the beach.
Yeah. Bill and Anakin Skywalker both hate sand.
Oh, I know.
Someone says. He hates sand?
Yeah.
Anakin Skywalker?
Well, because he grew up on Tatooine, and so he hated the sand there. He got away from it.
Because of the worms and
then he came back, and the sand people had his mom, and it made him pretty upset.
Interesting.
Because then he killed them all, even the children and the women.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Even the small ones. Mm-hmm. For people who are, Poundcake did say one fatal swoop. That is an inside joke, by the way. It's not the first time he said it. So
They're late. I said that like a couple segments ago, right?
Yes, but I'm probably just getting to their message now.
Okay.
Yeah. But that's okay. That is an inside joke. Alan, you guys were talking about, or I'll play that clip sometimes of the guy reading the Yahoo questions and people misspelling pregnant. We like that clip. They're like, purgante. People just can't spell.
Could I be pregonate? How do I know if I'm prengan? What is the best time to sex to become pregnant?
Right. The video itself is called How Is Pran Get Formed, I think. And there's another one where people... it's called Curse of the Ouija Board. Have you seen the Ouija board where people misspell Ouija? Speaking of getting made fun of, I used to get made fun of for saying Ouija instead of Ouija.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why.
Because it sounds weird.
It sounds weird to pronounce it the way it's spelled? No two E's on the end?
Nobody else pronounces it.
Interesting.
Yeah, but nobody says Ouija or Ouija, whatever you say.
I do.
Yeah, but
I feel like
everybody else says Ouija.
I feel like they do now. I don't think people say Ouija board anymore. Because I think everybody realized that was a terrible, terrible mispronunciation. And you'd be wearing a scarlet letter for the rest of your life.
I found out that it was Snuffleupagus
on
this show. So
well, there you go. You're welcome.
Those things happen. I always thought it was
Whoop, I don't want that. I want Ouija board.
How we can able to play Ouija board. Ouija board or whatever? How do I find out if they're a ghost in my house without using a Ouija board? A Ouija board game? What happens? When I was a kid, I used to mess about with a quiche board. Wa-weg board. Is that how you spell the evil game thing? Wa-weg board. Nailed it. Luigi board? The Luigi board? Making a Luigi board? Have you
the Luigi
board? Can you burn a Luigi board? What is a Luigi board? My friends did a Luigi board. And it mentioned me. How do Luigi boards work? Are Luigi boards dangerous if you ask something about ghosts?
Sometimes it's the other words they spell wrong that really take the cake.
Yeah, I like Luigi board.
Luigi board's great.
Ouija board experiences. Help pulls. Ouija board. Wega board. Help pulls. Pulls help. Ouija board. Wega board. Pulls help. Help pulls.
Anywho, it's probably the same guy. It sounds like the same guy.
Yeah, it sounds like the same guy. It's a good bit.
The Weggy board.
Weggy board.
The Luigi board. I was reading about some students. You know, we've got bureau chiefs in Appleton, Wisconsin. We've got Ryan up there. We've got David. He's one of our bureau chiefs in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. And in between, about 90 minutes north of Milwaukee, you've got the town of Oshkosh. Mm-hmm. A lot of people know it from the line of children's clothes, Oshkosh Bagosh. I don't even know if that's still a thing anymore. But there also is a branch of the University of Wisconsin. UW Oshkosh is up there. And there are a number of students who are convinced that their residence hall is haunted. That the Horizon Village Residence Hall on the campus of UW Oshkosh is haunted by ghosts. Noises that cannot be explained from a number of students. I live on the 5th floor. There's no one above us, and it always sounds like someone is running on the roof. There's a lot of weird banging noises. One night we heard our neighbors screaming because their laundry basket had moved across a table. So now they've got some people on campus trying to investigate the history behind the building. One girl died from a heart attack in the dorm.
Sorry.
You're right. 3 girls were buried beneath the dorms that used to be here before this one was built. This residence hall is only 11 years old. So that makes it brand spanking new in college
new
years.
Ghosts.
Yeah. So the school
my guess is they will not
not
find any.
You don't think so?
evidence, yeah.
The school will neither confirm nor deny. They said that they saw a student sitting in a hallway with her legs crossed reading a book. Somebody else later said that that student does not exist. And so girls are sharing. I don't know if this is a co-ed dorm. It's only women here who have these accounts.
They're all
because ladies be crazy.
They're all getting their period menstrual cycle all at the same time.
So I don't know what's going on there at University of Wisconsin Oshkosh, but listen, they're looking for whatever they can pick up in kicks, I'm sure. So the school newspaper is looking into it as to whether or not there's an actual ghost at this residence hall. Worth looking into.
We thought we had a haunted residence hall. It was called the Gooch. It was called Galucci Hall, and everyone.
Oh, not the ghost. I thought you named the ghost.
No, Galucci Hall.
Like it's the Gooch. Get out of here! The Gooch is back.
I don't even know if Gooch is still around.
So it's called Galucci Hall, but you called it the Gooch.
Everyone called it the Gooch.
Why not the Galuch?
Because long.
Gooch was better.
Oh,
I mean, I lived in Bulger Hall. We called it the Bulge.
Well, that I get. The Bulge. Battle of the Bulge.
But I feel like Galucci was like an old, like, Days Inn hotel or something like that. So it had like the 70s, like, floor. It was just weird. It was just a very haunted
70s
place.
floor.
70s carpet. Like, it was odd.
Mm-hmm. Let me take a break. If you want to text in the break, 35192. If you want to watch, you can. The AlanCoxShow.com. And we'll be back after these.
The Alan Cox Show on 100. 007.
Rage Against the Machine have postponed their reunion tour again.
They just announced the dates.
It's for next year.
Oh, it's next year. Okay.
They were one of the first big tours canceled when the coronavirus first hit. I think Foo Fighters actually rescheduled for last October, and then that wasn't going to happen. At least here at the Romo Fijo. And Rage were going to go out with Run the Jewels, and it was going to be the big reunion tour that was going to head out last year, and it's not going to head out this year either. They had initially rescheduled it for this summer, and they've confirmed that they're not going to start it until next spring. So you got another full year. They're going to kick it off in El Paso on March 31st. They're going to go out April and May, and they're going to end at Alpine Valley in Wisconsin on July the 9th. So there is a Cleveland date. They're going to play the Romo Fijo on the 27th of July.
Okay, so they didn't put the year on that because I saw the release. I thought it was this year. I'm like, oh, am I going to see them this year? But that didn't make sense. So now that makes a lot more sense.
Yep. 2022, they will kick it off. I don't know why they referred to July 9th being the last date, because it's not, unless they've added a whole bunch since then. But the Cleveland date, as it stands now, it'll run March 31st through August 14th. They're going to do a full week of shows. They'll do 5 nights at Madison Square Garden. That might be one of the shows to see. This would be a tour worth traveling for, to see Rage Against the Machine and Run the Jewels. So July 27th, they'll do Cleveland. They're playing Pittsburgh and Buffalo and Toronto, and but they have pushed it until next year. So if you're sitting on tickets, if you had tickets, you can use them for the Romo Fijo show. July 27th. Hey, Mike. Hello.
Hi there, Alan.
What's going on, Mike? Thank you, sir.
I called in yesterday, and I felt really bad because I seemed to hurt Bill's feelings really poorly. I was being really mean about your comedy, and
Are you the guy that wanted him to sign Mary's album?
I am.
Okay. I think it's mean that you assume that I know how to write my name.
Yeah, well, to make up for it, I was just looking at Mary's YouTube, and the number of videos and subscribers compared to your illustrious 1.2 thousand is really a testament.
1.2 thousand. That's an interesting way to put it. 1.2 thousand. Boy.
But no, the other thing I got is beaches. I don't know if you guys know what the hell you're talking about. Have you guys ever been to like a good beach, or like like how you're supposed to go to the beach? Like
how are we supposed to go to the beach?
I've been to a lot of beaches, and some of them it's like walking on pillows. The sand is so white, and in other countries. Over here, you have a limited number of beaches that aren't taken care of on either coast or the Gulf that people treat like trash. And so, if you travel around the world and you want to find a great beach, because people aren't that different wherever you go, you got to find one that's relatively secluded.
Sure, but you can't go to Headlands and then be like, I don't like the beach, right? So what I'm saying is you need a place that has like a bolly bed or like some sort of nice chair, shade. Those are basic requirements. And here's the real.
Wait, you're talking about Headlands in Menor?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's my favorite beach.
Wait, you can't. You're saying you can't go to Headlands Beach and say I don't like beaches?
Yeah, just because you've been to Headlands doesn't give you a wide range of.
I see what you mean.
Yeah.
No,
I didn't give a whole bunch of examples.
No, but
of all the beaches that we've been to. So I can see why he was saying that I've only been to Headlands Beach.
Well, no, you said you'd been to the Gulf, and
yes,
you said
I've been to a bunch of beaches,
right.
and my consensus is I don't really like the beach.
Well, so like, have you ever been to one where they have servers coming to you and you have shade and a nice chair?
Yeah, but you know what? I'd still rather be not on the beach.
But that's also, you said what you like. If you're a little ways away.
Yeah.
Mike, we've already covered all this.
All this has been taken care of.
Yeah. Oh, great. Good to know.
You got to keep up. Mike.
Yeah, my bad.
Your inattention to details what hurts my feelings.
See, he's so busy trying to think of ways to insult people. He's not paying attention to what's actually going on.
No, it's not an insult. It was meant to be an informational. For probably $3,000 for two people, you can go all inclusive direct flight into a 5-star resort in Mexico and wake up early, sit on the beach all day, have them bring you nice drinks.
Right, and what I would rather do rather than sitting on the beach, like I'll do that. I like a resort a lot, but rather than be on the beach, I want to be in the pool floating around. I like that. I like being able to see the beach, but I don't want to be on the beach.
It's messy. I can agree that it's messy, but I still enjoy the beach environment. Just like how I don't like participating in sports, I like to watch sports. I like the environment, just going to games, not watching them
like
on TV.
Beach volleyball.
Like opening day.
Yeah, we're Clevelanders, right? You get used to going to Muni Lot and then not going to the game. Obviously, it's the same thing, right? You like going...
Exactly the same thing.
Not actually going in.
Well, Poundcake's a turd, so he didn't go to opening day.
I'm not a turd!
Thank you, Mike, for the call.
Mike.
They lost!
Good to hear from you.
Huh?
They lost.
Don't change the subject.
No.
What the hell does the team losing have to do with you not going?
I was talking about in high school.
They still lost and we went.
You know why? Because of travel. I didn't want to have to
You're
park.
a turd.
I didn't want to have to be cold.
You're a
I didn't want to have
turd.
to sit there with my mask on.
Still a turd.
I'm not a turd.
Oh, boo-hoo. I'm sitting there in short sleeves. I didn't have a problem.
Yeah, you're just using your fingers like turds. You're just counting all the reasons you are a turd.
I was on your side till y'all started trying to roast me, just like the bullies in high school.
You weren't on our side. You didn't come to the game with us.
I didn't want to go to this stupid game.
Yeah, well, that makes you a turd.
I'm not a turd.
It makes you a baseball turd.
No,
makes you an opening day turd. I didn't say it means that you're in every situation a turd, but with respect to opening day,
to the home opener, you're a turd.
That's
because
right.
It's not,
you know why an asterisk looks like a beehole? Because you're a turd, and that's how we're going to mark our opening day festivities with an asterisk. It was a show trip. Asterisk.
No one said it was a show trip.
Huh?
No one. I didn't even know you were going when Bill asked me.
Okay, 3 of the 4 go. Now 3/4. That's just like 8 out of 10, Bill.
But I didn't even get a chance to explain what was going. I said, "Do you want to go to the home opener? I have a chance to get us tickets."
And I said no.
And you said no. And you didn't ask any follow-up questions.
You didn't say, "Oh, this is a show trip."
I said us. I said us. I said
no. You didn't. You said you. You said I have 2. I could.
No, I didn't say that.
You said I could probably get another one, and you said I'm going. Do you want to go? I said no. That's okay. Because you asked Mary originally.
No, because Mary already knew was in. They asked me who I wanted to, because I went to the Indians and said, "Can we buy tickets?" And they said, "We saved a few, so we'll release them, and we'll help you guys get them." So I was asking for the interest of the people on the show. Alan said he wanted to go. Mary said she wanted to go. So I knew they were interested. So when I was getting this communication going, I asked, "Do you want to go to the home opener?" And you knew that those 2 were trying to go. I didn't say how many tickets I had. I just asked if you had interest, and you said no. And I was like, "Are you sure?" And you're like, "No, I don't want to go." I'm like, "Okay."
Okay, I'm a turd.
Yeah, I know you are.
No!
Yeah, we know. I know you're a turd.
Okay, I'm a turd.
That's okay.
I'm a big stinky turd.
No, God,
I'm a
please,
beach turd.
no.
It's okay. Like, I'm a beach and camping turd.
But I just didn't want to go to that particular game. I've gone to Indian games before, and it was lovely.
You didn't want to go to opening day. That particular game.
It wasn't.
It wasn't a Tuesday against the Astros. It was like opening day.
Yes, but it was with restrictions, and it.
So what? Everything's been a year of restrictions.
I didn't.
At least we're hanging out outside.
I just didn't feel
the
like
ballpark.
it. I just didn't feel like
That's
it.
okay.
No.
You can be a turd. You're a home opener turd.
I'm sorry that my mental health was more important than
Glad you
your
said
home
pinner.
opener.
What?
I said I'm sorry my mental health.
Your mental health. Your mental health was neither improved nor diminished by not going to the home opener game. Your mental health. You said you were going to go home and stuff your face full of junk food. How's that going to help your mental health?
Leftover Easter food.
The same thing. Hey, listen, you do you. He don't want to go to the beach. You want to go to opening day.
Just opening day. I'll go to a game.
By the way, people accusing me of being a white sand premicist. I'm not, all right? Some beaches have just silky, silky sand, and you can't not run around it. There's a lot of beaches, obviously. You stand out there, and there's rocks, and you wish you had some aqua socks on or something. Mm-hmm. And some beaches, boy, oh my God, it's like standing on a cloud. And the water is crystal blue as far as the eye can see.
Right, and that's my, if I'm going to a beach, that's the kind of beach that I want to go to. But I don't want to be there for 8 hours, where some people will stay out there all day. I'll give it an hour or two, and they'll be fine.
Yeah.
Like, in the best case scenario, I'm giving you 2 hours of beach time.
Alan, I hate the beach. Tilda Swinton was miscast, and Leonardo DiCaprio pretty much phoned it in. Yeah, that wasn't a good movie. Not a good movie.
Tilda Swinton was miscast. Now that I think about it.
Very true. She rarely is, but in that one, boy. Cleveland is happy Poundcake doesn't participate. Listen, you can't. No one's speaking for the city of Cleveland. We just would have had fun with him.
Signed Frank Jackson. He's a turd, and Cleveland's the be-all.
That's right. That's why there's an asterisk.
Cleveland is perceived to be the butthole of the world sometime, right?
Yeah.
And Poundcake gets flushed down the toilet because he's a turd. But fine.
That's right. Well, whatever. But it's one of those things, too, where it's like, when somebody asks you to do something, and again, you're obviously under no obligation. But when somebody asks you to do something and you say no, they might not go to you the next time.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the thing. I mean, now when we get the tickets and they're like, hey, we want to bring you guys out. We're so happy that you bought tickets to the home opener. We want to treat you. And
that's when he's going to want to get in.
And
that's when the club
he's
seats
not getting an invite.
Right.
What do you mean I'm a booster?
We're going to be behind home plate. Yeah. They're going to be bringing us food, and
they're going to make
watching at home.
They're going to make the suite into a personal beach. Bring a bunch of sand in, and they'll give us nice comfy chairs, and then they'll bring us food and drinks. And
what's all this sand doing here? Bill's not going to show up.
Oops. I didn't feel like it.
It's okay.
My roommate was really mad that I didn't go. He said, you could have gotten tickets to opening day. I said, I didn't feel like it. He's like, you're over here eating leftover ham and you could have gone to opening day? And I was like...
That was precisely my point.
I did feel like it. I mean, I can't make myself
make him
feel
wear the
like
Captain Fun cape for that.
No.
He already did.
I know he did. Leftover ham.
People were saying that I should have to wear the Captain Fun cape for not wanting to go camping in the beach.
But I know, but who cares?
I like to have fun.
Yeah.
That's not my fun.
It's not his idea of fun.
There's a lot. I'll play pool. That's fun. I'll do lots of things that are fun.
Yeah.
But don't put me in situations where I'm not going to have fun.
Don't make me try to have fun when I don't want to have fun.
If I do go to the beach or go camping, I don't go there and go, like, I hate it here. Like, I'm going to try and have a good time as best I can.
It's just sand in somebody's face.
It's just not somewhere I will go, like Mary will go to the beach by herself and just be like, I just want to go to the beach and lay and read a book and then fall asleep. And, like, you'll never, ever catch me doing that.
You won't be out there curling up with the latest Candace Swinnell book?
No.
A little beach read?
I'll be out there with my speaker listening to a book on tape going, I'm not good at reading, so you guys have to listen to this with me. Because I don't like the headphones either. I have to wear them all day for work, so I don't want to wear them when I'm not at work.
Sir, could you please turn your book down, please?
No, I can't because my hearing's been the wind and stuff. It makes it hard to hear it, so I have to keep it at a high volume.
I mean, otherwise, I like Rob Lowe as much as the next guy, but sir, please.
Don't you like learning about his life? And also, he's narrating his own book.
I don't need to hear about his life.
It's called The Highs and Lows.
Yeah, I've already heard this book.
Rob Lowe has a book?
Yeah, he does have a book. It's not called The Highs and Lows. Yeah,
Highs of Lows.
That would be a great name. No, it's called Stories I Only Tell My Friends, I think. He's got a couple of books. That's why he's got all that money. He's got a book called Love Life. Stories I Only Tell My Friends. That's when I heard him doing a lot of press on like other people's podcasts. Love Life. And then Socks and Grease. Yeah, he's got a handful of books.
There's so many puns you can make with his name when they go high.
That's probably why he didn't make them.
Go low.
When they go high, I go low. Yeah. Dirty, low down. Good for nothing. I was reading about how there are only 16 lesbian bars in the entire United States. People think, the uninitiated think that gay bars are men and women. Gay bars are dudes.
I love it.
Lesbian bars are barely hanging on. And they were on the outs before the pandemic. There are only 16 of them left in the whole country. Because the Cubby Hole in West Village has been closed for a while.
Well, the reason why the lesbian bars never stay open is because they go in there, they find the love of their life, and then they
move in together.
Back.
They never come back.
They're like, I don't need to go there. I don't need you to be there with the temptation.
Yeah, it's not the same hookup culture.
Oh,
as gay
God.
men.
Queer as Folk is coming back. I put it on my Instagram.
It's coming on Peacock, which I think is appropriate.
Exactly. Like, my childhood is just bursting with joy. It's like people want their old shows back. That was the show that formed my childhood.
Is it going to be a
formed
new
your
cast?
Childhood?
Oh, it's going to be the new cast because it was really racist back then. Like, it was.
It's going to be Queer as Folk, the college years.
They need diverse cast. Like, things have changed. They didn't even have cell phones back then, so Grindr wasn't a thing.
Hal Sparks isn't coming back.
Well,
OnlyFans wasn't a thing.
But they could still have the same cast and then introduce new characters, or at least some of the old cast.
I'm sure they'll probably make appearances just for like nostalgia purposes, but I think the main characters are probably... It's in New Orleans this season.
Well, this would be the television version of the L Word that the last dozen and a half lesbian bars are having a hard time, including the Toasted Walnut in Philadelphia. They're having a real hard time there. Business is terrible. The only 16 lesbian bars left in the country. Walker's Pint in Milwaukee. Seattle, San Diego, Atlanta, Nashville. Wow, to think that Milwaukee has one of the last lesbian bars in the country. Wasn't there one in Cleveland for a long time?
I don't know.
Like a popular one in Cleveland? I know there's one in Columbus that's left in the United States, but...
Wait a second.
Slammers is in Columbus. That's what it's called.
It's called Slammers.
They're still open.
But also...
I don't know why that's so funny.
I feel like every bar can be a lesbian bar.
That's what I'm saying. It's not the same thing for girls. Like, there's not a stigma on two girls kissing in a gay in a club.
There absolutely is. Like, there's...
Two girls can kiss in a straight club and no one cares.
You're right, but there would still be somebody complaining given the situation.
If two dudes started making out, dudes would be like, he's drunk, or like...
But also, people don't also just go to every bar. And, like, there's bars where people make out and there's bars where people don't.
Yes, but you can... If they do make out, no one's like batting an eyelash.
Like, when I don't go to every bar with my girlfriend and be like, well, this is a makeout bar, so we're going to make out. Like,
but you don't go with your
makeout bar.
Usually you're not there with girlfriends. People who are making out, they just met like 5 minutes ago.
Right, but even,
Yeah.
Is anybody interested in starting the weekend officially?
I am.
Do you want to do the Friday Get Down, Bill?
Let's do it.
All right. All right, it's back from hiatus. The Bill Squire Friday Get Down, brought to you by Cleveland Whiskey, whiskey without limits. In honor of the late, great Murray Saul, this is how you know the weekend is underway. Are you ready?
Let's do it.
It's Friday, and I want you to have a great weekend. I want you to enjoy your weekend, and the best way to enjoy your weekend is with some Cleveland whiskey. But don't sleep in a tent. Tents are not fun. No camping, no camping, no camping. It's Friday.
Very politically charged Friday Get Down.
Hey, sometimes you got to go from the
campfire.
Dividing the camping crowd.
That's all right. I mean, Cleveland whiskey's great either way. If I were to go camping, I would drink a lot of Cleveland whiskey. That way I could fall asleep anywhere.
Smoky like a campfire. ClevelandWhiskey.com if you want to find out where you can buy it. The brand new Wheat Penny 1958 bourbon. Everything else that they're doing. ClevelandWhiskey.com. Let me take a break, and we'll come back. If you want to get the last word in, shoot me a text. 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 W. 100.7 WMMS.
An iHeart radio station.
Available everywhere with our free iHeartRadio app. Now number 1 for podcasting.
We declare this week iHeart Health Week, an entire week filled with podcasts and playlists on our free iHeart app, dedicated to bringing out your very best. Podcasts on fitness, saving money, parenting, and so much more. And hours of playlists to get you moving, like the Rock Pump Up playlist, Running Hits playlist, and Spin Cycle. We'll even help you fall asleep faster listening to your favorite podcast or playlist. Just set the iHeart sleep timer. iHeart Health Week, only on iHeartRadio. Number 1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Celebrating 25 years of sounding remotely likable.
Not like them.
Kinda. The Alan Cox Show on WMMS.
Okay, we got to roll. Tribe are next. Pre-game starting in minutes. 7:10 is the start here at home. First of 3 against the Tigers. What do you got coming up, William?
New episode of the Bill Squire Show is available now on the iHeartRadio app and YouTube or wherever you get podcasts. It's we talk about some camping stuff. We talk about fixing baseball and another little treat that you'll have to listen to find out, but I like it. And then follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire, and come see me at Hilarities. Record my album May 7th through 9th. You can get tickets at hilarities.com.
Poundcake.
Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram. Latest Poundcake podcast episode at alancoxshow.com and iHeartRadio. And have a great, safe weekend, everyone.
All right, cool. Thank you guys very much for hanging out today. I'm out there at Alan Cox Show. The Week in Cox is Sunday morning. That is 8 to 10 live on WMMS. The Week in Cox podcast is available for you as well if you're not up early, but it's either way, 2 hours of the best stuff from the week. The daily podcast, just look for the Alan Cox Show channel on iHeartRadio. And if you prefer to watch the show anytime, you can. The Alan Cox Show is our YouTube channel. And if you need to leave us a message anytime, the After Hours line, 216-986-8903. And we'll talk to you again on Monday. Thanks for hanging out.